Chapter 1316. Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Netherworld Sea. Countless ghostly cultivators gathered from all directions. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and Jin Dayu were in a frenzy. The three Tathagatas used the power of the immeasurable merit field to set up a monstrous formation. Even Miao could not shake it at all. However, this kind of invincible defense would always crumble from within. King Gaitu, why? Why did you betray Netherworld Sea? In another 10 years, after the reincarnation baptism, you will also have the heavenly hell rune. With your talent, it is only a matter of time before you become the next Tathagata. Why? Tathagata Golden Light roared. King Gaitu, who had injured 3 ancestral immortals, took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry. From the beginning to the end, I was sent by Great Shun. Spy! One of the Tathagata exclaimed. Impossible. You advanced by leaps and bounds in my territory. I watched you grow. Your background is incomparably clean, another Tathagata exclaimed. An ordinary skeleton reached ancestral immortal after thousands of years. Don't you think it's strange? Skeleton's talent is not high, and his cultivation is slow. Without endless resources, how can he reach ancestral immortal so quickly? King Gaitu asked again. What? Boom. Bai Qi slashed out with his saber. The formation had been broken, and the massacre began. Gui Tathagata rushed towards Netherworld Sea with all his might. Netherworld Sea has endless merit. The 3 Tathagatas should be able to block Yang Chuan with the power of merit. It should be possible. Gui Tathagata analyzed with a trace of anticipation. As for the 4 territories that Great Shan attacked, the original commanders had left. Now, there was a new commander commanding the army. However, they were not weakened at all. The 4 territories were taken over by Yin Hentian, Mournful Transformation, Yi Feng, and Li Sai. Each of them had brought a large number of troops. The battle in the 4 territories was getting fiercer and fiercer. Because everyone knew that this battle would determine the outcome of the war in the Outer East Continent. No one dared to be careless. Great Shan had mobilized almost all of its forces. On the other side, reckless Devil Tathagata led 25 ancestral immortals and arrived at Great Qin City after 8 days of travel. Boom! Outside the Great Qin City, the 26 people instantly arrived, bringing with them a massive gale as they rushed towards the Great Qin City. He seemed to have guessed that they would come. In front of the central palace hall, Mo Yu Shi was wearing a phoenix coronet and a robe. She stood at the front of the central palace hall. Da Zhan's remaining subjects followed behind him. One of them was the Great Shan Ancestral Immortals, Bai Ditien, Ao Dong, Queen Pheasant, Dog Deity, Horse King, the 5 dragons on the dragon carriage, and the 8 ancestral immortals who were not severely injured in the battle against Tathagata. A total of 18 ancestral immortals stood behind Mo Yu Shi. 3 territory lords, you have allied with Great Shun to fight against the Sea of Hades. Why have you suddenly joined forces with the people of the Sea of Hades? Mo Yu Shi asked in a low voice. Us. A Weave Lord's face changed. You're the ones who betrayed the alliance. Don't blame Great Shun, Mo Yu Shi said coldly. The expressions of the 3 Weave Lords darkened. The 3 Weave Lords were afraid of the Sea of Hades, but as Great Shun's strength was revealed, the 3 Weave Lords grew increasingly wary of Great Shun. When they had betrayed Great Shun, they hadn't heard that the 3 Tathagatas had been killed by Yang Chuan. However, Gui Tathagata had personally met them, and the 3 Weave Lords had no way to turn back. By the time they had reached Fallen Star Weave, they had heard that Yang Chuan had actually killed his way to the Sea of Hades. The 3 Weave Lords grew increasingly terrified, but since things had already come to this point, they could only brace themselves and continue. Recklessly Fiend Tathagata's eyes turned slightly cold. Everyone, Yang Chuan, Bai Qi, and Black Cat aren't here. It's just this group. Once we flatten the Great Qin City, Yang Chuan will no longer be a threat. Let's go and kill him. Recklessly Fiend Tathagata said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Recklessly Fiend Tathagata took out a wheel of destruction and aimed it at the nearby central palace. A beam of black light suddenly slashed out, seeming as though it would slice through the entire central palace. Mo Yushi's expression didn't change at all. Just as the black light was about to slash down, a loud shout suddenly came from the south of the great Qin city. Heaven breaking. A loud shout rang out. Buzz. A heavenly Dao shot into the 9 heavens and split apart, instantly forming a blade-shaped heavenly Dao that slashed down at recklessly fiend Tathagata. Boom. Along with the blade, millions of strands of sword chi surrounded it and shot towards recklessly fiend Tathagata. Boom. The wheel of destruction and the blade collided in midair, causing the void to tremble. Recklessly fiend Tathagata's attack was blocked. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed. They saw 15 black-robed figures standing to the south of the great Qin city. The leader held a white sword. It was him who had blocked recklessly fiend Tathagata. Who are you? Recklessly fiend Tathagata's expression changed. However, the 15 black-robed figures ignored him. Mo Yushi took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, attack." "Yes." Bai Detien and the others answered. Boom. Everyone instantly charged forward. Among the group of black-robed figures, the leader was the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's master, Dugu Wudi, who controlled the weapon's heavenly vein. Dugu Wudi stepped forward and led 3 black-robed figures towards recklessly fiend Tathagata. As for the other black-robed figures, they followed by Detien and the others to fight the 25 panicking ancestral immortals. Boom. Outside the great Qin city, battles broke out everywhere. Great Qin's foundation could be seen at a glance. Mo Yushi stood in front of the central palace and coldly looked at the battlefield. Above the Netherworld Sea, among the stars, the butterfly queen looked at the chaotic Netherworld Sea and frowned slightly. Yang Chuan is actually more belligerent than I thought. I wasn't paying attention, and he actually killed his way here? The butterfly queen looked at the battlefield strangely. After thinking for a while, the butterfly queen suddenly laughed again. Tathagata, you're going to suffer greatly this time. Here. Below, the battle had already been going on for 8 days. With the help of the virtuous Cloud Sea, the group of Tathagatas was indeed much more ferocious. Even so, Yang Chuan and the others became braver as they fought. After 8 days, one Tathagata had already died. Boom. With a loud sound, Yang Chuan's huge claw tore open the second Tathagata's head. Meow. This is so tiring. Yang Chuan, I'm almost out of strength. These fellows have the help of virtuous merit. It's too troublesome. Meow said anxiously. 2 Tathagatas had died. 7 ancestral immortals had also been ambushed and killed. Now, only 2 remained. Only Tathagata Golden Light remained. At this moment, he was indescribably horrified. The virtuous Dharmic idol had already arrived, and he was covered in injuries as he looked at this group of people in horror. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, Jin Dayu, and King of Gari were all injured. Clearly, the Tathagata were at a disadvantage in this battle. Miao was also out of strength. Only Yang Chuan did not look tired. However, this Yang Chuan was the most terrifying. Many Tathagatas had died at his hands. I'm the only one left. What should I do? Cult Master, why aren't you back yet? Tathagata Golden Light exclaimed in horror. Yang Chuan looked at the rubble and took a deep breath. All right, let's go. Meow. Meow nodded. At this moment, it was exhausted and did not want to continue fighting. Yes. Everyone answered. Whoosh. The group turned around and quickly rushed in a certain direction. Tathagata, should we give chase? One of the idiots shouted. The surviving cultivators in the surroundings all fell silent. The combat prowess of Yang Chuan's group was too ferocious. Give chase. Even if they were not afraid of death, they were not that foolish. Yang Chuan left. Tathagata City was in ruins. Perhaps only 10 or 20% of it remained. Countless cultivators showed bitter expressions. Suddenly, a vast aura charged over. Boom. The force of wind instantly blew up the surrounding rubble. Everyone looked over in horror and saw the black-robed gooey Tathagata hovering in the air. His long hair fluttered, and his eyes burned with rage. Cult Master, you finally returned. Cult Master. Cult Master. The surroundings were filled with ecstasy. Countless ghost cultivators had the urge to cry. During this period of time, Yang Chuan's massacre was too shocking. It was a one-sided massacre. He had killed for many days. The boundless confidence and arrogance of the past had been completely wiped out in these few days. Heaven and earth did not respond. With the cult master not around, countless cultivators were on the verge of despair. Gui Tathagata stood high in the sky, looking at the ruins and endless bones. His expression was extremely ugly. Yang Chuan, roar. Gui Tathagata roared furiously. Rumble. The entire virtuous cloud sea roiled. Golden Tathagata flew over with a bitter expression. Cult master. This subordinate is useless. Golden Tathagata said bitterly. Suppressing his endless anger, Gui Tathagata looked at Golden Tathagata. Where is Yang Chuan? Gui Tathagata asked in a low voice. He left half a day ago. He seemed to have guessed that the cult master would return. Golden Tathagata said bitterly. Yang Chuan's group left the Netherworld Sea. At the same time, the outcome of the battle outside the Great Qin city was decided. In the end, reckless devil Tathagata escaped with 6 of his subordinates. Of the remaining people, 6 were dead, and 13 were captured. Great victory. Long live great victory. Long live great victory. Cheers came from the Great Qin city, a stark contrast to the Netherworld Sea. The battle between the Great Qin city and Tathagata city could not be hidden at all. As if the news had grown wings, the scouts of the various weaves quickly spread the news everywhere. 2 more Tathagatas died. Yang Chuan even attacked Tathagata city. He almost razed Tathagata city to the ground. 3 weave lords had betrayed the alliance and attacked the Great Qin city with reckless devil Tathagata. In the end, they were either dead or captured. Holding the information in their hands, the 4 weave lords instantly felt a sense of loss. Yang Chuan killed 6 Tathagatas. At that moment, everyone suddenly realized that they were being used by Great Victory. Great Victory had deliberately tied them to the same war chariot. This was Great Victory's scheme. However, they were now riding a tiger and could not back down. Stop the alliance. That would offend Great Victory as well. While the weave lords were anxious, Zhongyi quickly went to the various camps. Everyone, don't worry. The sage monarch's words are worth 1,000 gold. What he says will always be effective. As long as you don't think of attacking Great Victory, this alliance will always be maintained. Zhongyi promised again. The 4 weave lords could only agree. They continued to fight the Netherworld Sea. Chapter 13-17. Netherworld, Great Qin City, Yang Chuan study room. The front line was once again handed over to Wang Jian and the rest. Yi Feng and the other civil officials had returned. Sage ruler, the news of the calamity that befell the Sea of Hades has spread throughout the outer East continent. The morale of the Alliance's army is getting stronger, while the Sea of Hades army has lost their morale. Reports of victory keep coming in. Yi Feng smiled. The Sea of Hades, the 8 Rulai under Gui Rulai. They don't even know how to play their cards well. Mournful Transformation sneered. Sage ruler, after this incident, I believe Gui Rulai won't dare to go to the other territories alone. Li Sai smiled. Yang Chuan nodded and said, that's right. Great Zhen has already secured victory in this battle. As a precaution, send a message to the other armies. If there is news of Gui Rulai's return, all generals are to prioritize self-preservation. I will allow them to escape. Yes. Li Sai answered. Then, Yang Chuan looked at King Gari who was at the side. King Gari was wearing a black robe and standing in a corner. King Gari. Yang Chuan spoke again. Here. King Gari stepped forward and said. I haven't given you a title all this while because I was worried that you would be seen through by others. Previously, when Venerable Transformation attacked, you incited the 3 territory lords to attack. You have already done a great service. However, you only agreed to join Great Zhen after that incident. Therefore, I can reward you more. However, that can't be counted as a merit. This time, you have contributed greatly to the battle against the Sea of Hades. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. King Gari nodded. From today onwards, King Gari will be the 10th Army Commander of Great Shun. He will be conferred the title of First-Grade Viscount, Skeleton. He will be in charge of Great Shun's skeleton tribe and establish the 10th Army, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Your subject, Skeleton, thanks the sage ruler, King Gari answered. Boom. Above Great Shun's Sea of Providence, there was a loud explosion. A wave of providence rushed down and entered King Gari's body. Above the Sea of Providence clouds, King Gwari's godly image slowly materialized. Yang Chuan looked at King Gari and said, in the sealed realm, I've seen your power. You have great leadership skills. The skeleton tribe is a major tribe in the Netherworld. Even in the greater Thousand Worlds, there are traces of the skeleton tribe. I hope that one day, you will not only be the leader of all the skeletons, but all the skeletons in the world will be under your command. Yes, thank you for your trust, Holy King, King of Gari replied. In the study room, many of the officials revealed looks of envy. After all, the position of a legion commander was not something that could be obtained through merit alone. Most of the time, there was also potential. Liu Gang stepped forward and asked, Holy King, how should we deal with the 3 Weave Lords who have defected? Yang Chuan thought for a moment and said, detain them for now. Increase the number of spies in their territories. Yes. Liu Gang replied. While everyone was discussing, Zhao Gao's voice came from outside the study. Reporting to the Holy King, come in. Yang Chuan instructed. Zhao Gao stepped into the study. Holy King, we have guests. Zhao Gao said. Oh. Meng Sansheng and Meng Hongying from the divine world of the sealed world. Zhao Gao said gravely. Them. Yang Chuan's expression turned grave. The war continued in the outer East continent. However, the Dark North Sea's decline was already apparent. For a time, the Dark North Sea's forces were forced to retreat. Their morale had already fallen, and they no longer had the will to win. If they continued fighting, they would only be risking their lives. The stalemate lasted for more than 2 months. The Dark North Sea's various territories suffered one defeat after another. Dark North Sea, Tathagata City, Great Strength Hall, Gui Rulai sat on a lotus platform with Golden Light Tathagata and Blasphemous Tathagata on his left and right. A group of cultivators stood on both sides, listening to a few people report the situation of the various battles. News of the various defeats filled the hall. For a time, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely stifling. Sect Master, this is how it is. A cultivator finished his report. The hall fell deathly silent as Gui Rulai fell into deep thought. Sect Master, what should we do now? Golden Light Tathagata asked worriedly. Great Shun wants to defeat them one by one. As expected, one step ahead will lead to another, Gui Rulai said solemnly. After a moment of silence, Gui Rulai said, inform the remaining territories to give up on their disciples and come to the Dark North Sea. What? Golden Light Tathagata's expression changed. Sect Master, this is giving up on the 12 territories. Blasphemous Tathagata's expression changed. Giving up. Everyone in the hall was shocked. 12 territories. A total of 12 territories. How could they give up on them just like that? Gui Rulai nodded and said, indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. The news has already spread. We can't find the location of the enemy's main camp in the midst of the war. Clearly, it must be Yang Chuan's idea. He learned from the previous lesson and had everyone hide in the dark. Yang Chuan is really shameless. Blasphemous Tathagata said hatefully. This isn't about being shameless. It's just that he doesn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. Victory is already secured, so why put himself in danger? Gui Rulai was also indignant. But, Sect Master, it wasn't easy for us to control the 12 territories. Are we going to give them up just like that? Golden Light Tathagata was still unwilling to give up. If we keep the people and lose the land, both the people and the land will exist. If we keep the land and lose the people, both the people and the land will be lost. As long as this group of people is still around, there will be a day when we can take back the territories. However, if these people die, then the territories will definitely have nothing to do with the Dark North Sea. It will be a further blow to the morale of the Dark North Sea. Gui Rulai said solemnly. But Golden Light Tathagata said worriedly. I've calmed down during this period and realized that I've indeed underestimated the people of this world. At the very least, I've underestimated Yang Chuan. This Yang Chuan isn't an easy person to deal with. I was too arrogant before. Gui Rulai said solemnly. Sect Master? Let them come back. Gather the Dark North Sea and turn it into an invincible territory. We'll fight the Alliance army here. If we lose, we won't be able to reverse the situation. If we win, the entire outer East continent will be under the control of the Dark North Sea. Gui Rulai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone thought about it and felt that this was the best way. It's a pity that the 6 of them died. However, we'll definitely get our revenge, Gui Rulai said with a gloomy expression. Yes. The Dark North Sea retreated. The 10 territories that were already at a disadvantage were instantly unable to withstand a single blow. Great Qin City, Upper Study. Good news, Sage Monarch. The 12 territories of the Dark North Sea have given up on resisting. They've completely given up. Yi Feng laughed loudly. Good. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Increase the number of troops and quickly take over the territories. Yang Chuan ordered once more. Yes. The 4 marshals will each take over a territory. That's 4 territories. The 3 weaves that betrayed the alliance and fought against the 2 weaves can also be collected. Yi Feng laughed. Yang Chuan nodded and said, inform the leaders of the various territories that we will meet with them to distribute the fruits of victory. Yes. Yi Feng smiled and quickly left. Yang Chuan then walked out of the study. Meow. Meow jumped onto Yang Chuan's shoulder out of nowhere. Meow. Yang Chuan, she's here again. Meow called out. Meng Hongying was walking over from not far away. Meng Hongying also saw Yang Chuan from afar. When she walked over, her expression was extremely complicated. Yang Chuan, Grandpa and I have been living in the Great Qin City for so long. Why won't you let us see ZZ? Meng Hongying bit her lips and asked. Meng Hongying was no longer wearing the sexy tight-fitting clothes she used to wear. Instead, she was much more conservative. However, even her conservative clothes could not hide her curvy figure. Let's wait a little longer to prevent any accident. Yang Chuan shook his head. Meng Hongying frowned and said, are you worried that we'll harm ZZ? I'm her sister, and Grandpa is her biological grandfather. ZZ is heavily injured and is under my protection. I don't want anything to happen to her. Once I obtain the reincarnation of destiny and use it to heal her, I will let you 2 meet again, Yang Chuan insisted. Reincarnation destiny? Grandpa said that he can help you if you want to deal with Gui Rulai, Meng Hongying said again. No need. Yang Chuan shook his head and said. Can you defeat Gui Rulai? He's at the 11th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm and has the ghostly voice Great Tao. He also controls the reincarnation destiny and has immeasurable merit. Even the current sages would not want to be his enemy. What if you? Meng Hongying said anxiously. Looking at Meng Hongying, Yang Chuan was touched and smiled. Don't worry. If I really can't do anything, I'll ask you for help. Yang Chuan shook his head and said. Meng Hongying felt helpless. Meow, you're also concerned about Sister ZZ? Don't worry. With me around, Yang Chuan will be fine, Meow said. Meng Hongying did not know whether to laugh or cry at Meow's words. Alright, I'll persuade Grandpa to go to the Netherworld Sea with you. Meng Hongying sighed. Yang Chuan nodded and said, Meng Hongying, I know you care about ZZ, so I'm grateful to you. However, I'm not grateful to Meng Sansheng. Ah, why? Meng Hongying was puzzled. After taking a deep breath, Yang Chuan said, although Meng Sansheng and I are not enemies, I know that he doesn't really care about ZZ. After all, he didn't care about ZZ's suffering in the sealed world. He suddenly came to help me and made me hesitate. I want to know why you're looking for ZZ. Ah, no. Meng Hongying said blankly and then looked angry. Think about it again, Yang Chuan said again. Meng Hongying was angry at Yang Chuan's attitude, but after thinking about it, she realized that it was indeed strange. I don't know. Meng Hongying could only shake her head. I don't know how strong Meng Sansheng is, but I don't want to owe him anything. So, you don't have to worry about it for now. Yang Chuan comforted. Meng Hongying's expression changed and she nodded. Yang Chuan smiled and said, "It's rare for you to come to Dajian. I'll get Yu Shi to show you around." "No need. I'm not in the mood." Meng Hongying refused. Yang Chuan could only smile. Meng Hongying looked at Yang Chuan and took a deep breath. "Speaking of Meng Hongying, I heard from Grandpa that it's not easy to get the reincarnation wheel. However, Dajian is also lucky. Mo Yu Shi has a special physique and she can easily get the reincarnation wheel." "Oh, special physique? Why?" Yang Chuan was surprised. He said that Mo Yu Shi has some inheritance of the Phoenix ancestor. "I'm not sure either. However, Grandpa shouldn't be lying." Meng Hongying shook her head. "Yes, thank you." Yang Chuan nodded solemnly. Chapter 13:18. Fallen Star Weave. Yang Chuan met with the Weave Lords outside the Great Qin Empire. Only Yang Chuan, Zhongyi, and the 9 Weave Lords were present. They were gathered around a huge spell disk with a map of the Outer East Continent's 36 territories. Apart from Chen Baitian, all the Weave Lords looked at Yang Chuan warily. "Yama Emperor, may I know why you've summoned us?" one of the Weave Lords asked. Zhongyi stepped forward and said, "Everyone, the Sea of Nether has retreated. Our alliance is close to victory. Apart from the Sea of Nether, it's time to decide who will take the remaining 12 territories." Everyone's eyes narrowed. One of them asked, "How do you want to divide them, Yama Emperor?" Great Shen's recent display of strength had made all the Weave Lords wary. Thus, they were afraid that Great Shen would abandon them. Zhongyi smiled slightly and said, "What Great Shen promised will naturally be fulfilled. Here, let me relay the Holy King's thoughts for everyone's reference." Everyone looked at Zhongyi. There are 12 weaves in the Nether Sea. The Great Shen Empire will attack 4 weaves. These 4 weaves belong to the Great Shen Empire. Every 3 weaves will attack 2 weaves from the Nether Sea. The amount you attack will be counted. Everyone nodded. Even though they were jealous of Great Shen for obtaining so many territories, they were still the ones who had obtained them, so there was no reason for them to share them. Secondly, there are 3 territory lords who colluded with the Netherworld Sea to attack us. They have either been killed or captured. Our benevolent Great Shen will only take 2 of the Netherworld Sea's territories. As for the 3 territories that betrayed the alliance, they will be divided equally among all of you." Zhongyi continued. "Oh." Everyone's eyes lit up. They had thought that Great Shen would take the other 5 territories. After all, no one had a reason to stop them. But now, Great Shen was leaving them some scraps. The precondition is that after you've conquered the various territories, you'll continue to work with great accomplishment to conquer the Netherworld Sea. Great accomplishment doesn't ask for much. Rulai Gui, Rulai Golden Light, and Rulai Barbaric are the absolute experts of the Netherworld Sea. All you need to do is keep the other ancestral immortals busy, of course. As long as we don't get rid of the Netherworld Sea, Gui Rulai will definitely seek us out for revenge. Since it's just holding back those ancestral immortals, I, Chen Baitian, am the first to agree. Chen Baitian was the first to agree. No one understood the relationship between Chen Baitian and Da Zhen. However, they found Chen Baitian's words reasonable. "Rest assured, Yang Di." Everyone agreed. Yang Chuan nodded and said, "In that case, Great Shen will take 6 weaves, and all of you will take 1 weave each. Yang Di is just." Everyone laughed. Although it was far from being comparable to great accomplishment, they were still happy that they would be able to obtain a new territory in such a short period of time and double their territory. However, from the map, Great Accomplishment's territory overlaps with the territories that all of you have taken, so it's not convenient for each of you to rule over them. The sage ruler intends to swap out the territories that are about to be taken, so that they can be connected. Zhongyi added. Of course. Everyone agreed. In the blink of an eye, the territories on the map were reorganized. Great Accomplishment's Netherworld territory expanded to 11 territories in the blink of an eye, occupying nearly a third of the territory in the outer eastern continent. Yang Di is benevolent and righteous. Yang Di is just. Everyone praised. Yang Chuan nodded and said, "There's not much resistance in the various territories. I'll give all of you a year. After a year, each of you will sort out your own territories and meet at the Netherworld Sea in a year and a half. Don't worry, Yang Di." Everyone agreed. Netherworld Sea, Great Strength Hall. Gui Rulai sat on a lotus throne and looked up at the ceiling. It was as if he could see the virtuous cloud sea. More virtuous merit disappeared. The Alliance has taken over the various territories. The countless living beings and dead spirits that used to provide me with virtuous merit are no longer able to obtain our protection. They gave up on their faith and resentfully erased the virtuous merit they gave me in the past. The virtuous cloud sea is getting smaller and smaller, Golden Light Rulai said worriedly. The decisive battle is imminent. The virtuous merit is enough. Gui Rulai said solemnly. Yes. Even if we suffered losses in the past, after this retreat, our Netherworld Sea still has 54 ancestral immortals. This is something that the Alliance will never be able to compare to, Reckless Devil Rulai said with certainty. As the number of experts in the hall increased, countless cultivators did not fear the Alliance. They rubbed their palms together and waited for the decisive battle to take revenge. 2 years later, Netherworld Sea, Tathagata City. At a glance, the densely packed cultivators were clearly separated into two sides. On one side was Gui Rulai, and on the left and right were Golden Light Rulai and Reckless Devil Rulai. Behind them were 54 ancestral immortals and countless powerful cultivators from Netherworld Sea. There were so many of them that one could not see the end of them. On the other side, countless cultivators stood. On the peaks of various mountain peaks stood the lords of various territories. On the leading peak, Yang Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking coldly at the other side. Miao was in Mo Yushi's arms, standing at the side. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the other officials stared fiercely at the other side. There were countless cultivators on both sides, but it was silent at this moment. Gui Rulai and zombie Yang Chuan looked at each other. In a distant valley, Meng Sansheng carried a large gourd on his back and Meng Hongying stood beside him. "Grandpa, what is Yang Chuan's cultivation?" Meng Hongying asked worriedly. "Fifth firmament ancestral immortal," Meng Sansheng said solemnly. "What? Only fifth firmament?" Meng Hongying exclaimed. At the same time, her eyes flashed with intense worry. "Yes, I have a feeling that Yang Chuan is still holding back when he fought against the Tathagatas. However, we will soon find out what it is," Meng Sansheng said solemnly. Meng Hongying looked at Meng Sansheng, then bit her lips and said, "Grandpa, do you have a motive for looking for ZZ?" Meng Sansheng raised his eyebrows and looked coldly at Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying stubbornly refused to lower her head. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and said, "Everything is for the realm of the gods." "What? Is there really a motive?" Meng Hongying showed a bitter expression. Meng Sansheng ignored her and continued to look at the two sides of the battlefield. The huge commotion in the outer east continent could not be hidden. Every expert in the world had heard about it. At the very least, at this moment, some experts had come together. On a planet. Sage Zhuochuanqiu looked coldly at Tathagata City below. "Gui Rulai? You have been forced into such a state. I have already reported to you that Yang Chuan has not entered the Netherworld. You still don't know how to use him and are forced into such a state." Zhuochuanqiu snorted coldly. Then, Zhuochuanqiu turned to look at another planet. Sage Hua Zuantian was standing on that planet. Hua Zuantian looked down and also looked at Zhuochuanqiu. The two of them looked at each other without any enthusiasm. Instead, they looked at each other with hostility. In a remote mountain forest, two figures stood there. One was the sage of the Kong family, Demon King Kong. The other was Pan Sheng of the Rock tribe. Demon King Kong, your entire Kong family has moved to the outer south continent in the Yang realm. It seems like you are going to unify the outer south continent in the Yang realm. Why are you still in the Netherworld? Are you a sage of the Netherworld? Why didn't you ask Kong Huangtian to ask Cao Cao to let you enter the Yang realm and become a sage of the Yang realm? Wouldn't it be lonely to leave you here alone? Pan Sheng asked. You are such a busybody. The ancestor has his own plans. Aren't you the same? The Boulder tribe is located in the eastern continent of the mortal realm. Why did you come to the netherworld as well? Back then, you even said you were protecting Blind Kong, but not long after, you disappeared without a trace. Demon King Kong scolded. I really had something to do last time. I had no choice. The patriarch asked me to guard the outer south continent. Pan Sheng said awkwardly. All right, stop arguing. The battle is about to start. This Yang Chuan is really strange. He is only at the 5th celestial layer, and he dares to fight Ghost Tathagata. Demon King Kong said. The patriarch said that Yang Chuan's cultivation technique is called the body of a minister. It seems to be related to my rock tribe. He asked me to take a closer look. Pan Sheng shook his head. Demon King Kong thought for a moment and said, that's right. The body of a minister can be used as a weapon. Your rock tribe is also a monster. Deep in the starry sky, at the peak of a mountain, Butterfly Queen sat alone at a stone table. There was a pot of wine in front of her. Butterfly Queen looked at the battlefield below and drank alone. A teasing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. On the stone table, there was an empty wine cup, as if Butterfly Queen was waiting for someone. Below, Yang Chuan suddenly said behind him, Yushi, do you feel anything after seeing the Destiny reincarnation? Meow. Meow also looked at Mo Yushi curiously. The virtuous cloud sea had shrunk a lot, but one could still see a huge blue whirlpool. At the mouth of the whirlpool, a large swastika symbol floated. The black gem between Mo Yushi's eyebrows flashed slightly. Destiny reincarnation? I feel something. It's like an instinct that wants me to possess it. Mo Yushi said in surprise. That's right. When dealing with Ghost Tathagata, I'm most worried that it won't be easy to refine. Since you have this feeling, I'll leave it to you when the time comes. Yang Chuan said seriously. Okay. Mo Yushi nodded. Yang Chuan stepped forward and looked at the hall of great strength in the distance. He said coldly, Gui Tathagata. Gui Tathagata, who was the leader, said with a gloomy face, Yang Chuan, you're really something. You actually managed to subdue all the territories of the Alliance. Isn't it too late to sow discord now? I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and I'll let you become an important official. Yang Chuan said. Ha, ha 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 ha. Gui Tathagata laughed in disdain. Submit to you? What a joke. With just you. Invading the Sea of Hades has always been a capital offense. Today, none of you will be leaving this place. Gui Tathagata said coldly. Since that's the case, then forget it. Yang Chuan said indifferently. Since you're here, then come at me together. Gui Tathagata said. As he spoke, hundreds of swastikas appeared around him. Chapter 13:19. 100 swastikas surrounded Gui Rulai. He took a step forward, and the virtuous cloud in the sky churned. Within it, Gui Rulai's virtuous Dharma idol suddenly emitted millions of rays of golden light. It swooped down and instantly entered Gui Rulai's body. Boom! Gui Rulai's body suddenly expanded, turning into a 10,000-meter tall giant. The 10,000-meter tall figure looked down from above, emitting a mighty aura. Yang Chuan! The 1,000-meter tall Gui Rulai roared. His voice shook the surroundings. Many of the allied forces that came to surround Tathagata city took a step back. Yang Chuan stood at the peak of the mountain, barely at the same height as Gui Rulai's subordinates. Gui Rulai, we know what you're thinking. We'll fulfill your wish. We'll fight you. Yang Chuan took a deep breath. What? Countless shocked voices came from all around. Whether it was the territory lords, the saints, or even Meng Sanxing and Butterfly Empress, they all looked surprised. Everyone thought that Yang Chuan had brought the heroes of great accomplishment here to gang up on Gui Rulai. Yang Chuan's strength was barely enough to deal with an ordinary Tathagata. But now, it was Gui Rulai. Could Yang Chuan deal with him alone? Gui Rulai narrowed his eyes at Yang Chuan. I knew you were holding back. But it doesn't matter. Zhuochuanqiu said that you're only at the 5th level of Ancestral Immortal. If you want to die, then come. 5th level? Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. This was the first time they knew that Yang Chuan was only at the 5th level. Although the 5th level was terrifying in the eyes of many, it was nothing in the eyes of the Ancestral Immortals. Many of them had reached the 5th level. They were all at the 5th level, so why was the difference so great? The Ancestral Immortals felt very uncomfortable. Golden Tathagata was even more disappointed. He had a group of 10th level Tathagatas, but 6 of them had been killed by Yang Chuan. Zhuochuanqiu's angry scolding could be heard amidst the countless gasps of surprise. You bastard Tathagata, you still want to drag me into this before the battle? Yang Chuan looked at Gui Rulai. Nodding, Zhongxian took a step forward, distancing himself from his subordinates. As he stretched out his hand, countless tiny stars suddenly appeared in his palm. He waved his hand at the sky. Hualalala. Above the starry sky, in the shallow star layer, close to 1,000,000 stars started to move along with Yang Chuan's palm. It was as if they were stirred up by a mysterious power. Several figures shot out from the stars, including Hua Zuantian and Zhuochuanqiu. Cult Master, be careful. This is it. The other Tathagatas died on this planet, said Tathagata Golden Light. Gui Rulai's face sank as he raised his head to look at the millions of stars that were being stirred up. Yang Chuan coldly smiled and said, Gui Rulai, if you have any ability, you'd better use it early. After this move of mine, you might not have the chance to use any other method. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were stunned. What was going on? Yang Chuan was saying that he could kill Gui Rulai in one move? Was that what he meant? Countless cultivators widened their eyes. Hey, this Yang Chuan is really arrogant. I knew that this zombie Yang Chuan was strange. To think that he would be so arrogant. Butterfly Queen laughed unexpectedly in the starry sky. Arrogant? Gui Rulai said coldly. Although Gui Rulai did not believe it, he still used another method. Boom. Suddenly, a blue path shot up into the sky behind him. Boom. Countless ghostly skulls protruded from the blue path. Buzz. A buzzing sound could be heard. Ghostly sound Great Tao. Countless ghostly sounds, accompanied by the power of the Great Tao, poured into the ears of countless cultivators. For a moment, countless cultivators seemed to have become hysterical. Suddenly, they became muddle-headed as they muttered the words Tathagata. Meow. What's going on? Meow exclaimed. Apart from a few Ancestral Immortals who were unaffected, everyone below the Ancestral Immortal level seemed to have been hypnotized. All of them muttered the words Tathagata. And these countless voices actually gathered in midair, slowly condensing into tens of thousands of swastika runes that poured into the ghostly sound Great Tao. Boom. The might of the ghostly sound Great Tao suddenly skyrocketed. A power like the might of the heavens pressed down on the hearts of countless cultivators. The countless cultivators who were hypnotized could not help but kneel down. Demonic Buddhists, Taoists, and ghosts all pay their respects. So they are talking about your ghostly sound Great Tao. Yang Chuan stretched out his hand and waved the 1,000,000 stars. Above the starry sky, 1,000,000 stars fell like a meteor shower. It was extremely spectacular. Isn't it too late to know now? Gui Rulai said coldly. Gui Rulai, the one who is late is you. Star fall, 1,000,000 big stars. Yang Chuan snorted coldly. Before the stars arrived, a huge tremor in the void pressed down. Boom. For a time, countless cultivators were instantly blown away. Countless cultivators were instantly awakened from their hypnosis by this huge pressure. Tathagata Divine Palm. Gui Rulai threw a palm strike at the sky. Boom. The Great Tao gathered boundless power and instantly condensed into a vast palm that soared into the sky. In the center of the palm, a swastika rune charged at the countless stars. Boom. In an instant, the 1,000,000 stars were instantly scattered. Is that all? Gui Rulai shouted coldly. However, the scattered stars did not shatter. Instead, they scattered, avoiding the Tathagata Divine Palm and continued to fall. The place where they fell was filled with countless Netherworld Sea disciples. Gui Rulai's face sank. His figure flashed as he soared into the sky. Yang Chuan stepped forward and instantly charged over as well. The million stars instantly stopped falling and wrapped around the two. Just with these stars? Gui Rulai sneered. Spin. Yang Chuan shouted coldly. Boom. The million stars suddenly spun rapidly. They spun so quickly that they seemed to have turned into a million streams of light that crazily crashed into Gui Rulai's great Tao. Boom. 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 Extremely dense sounds of collisions rang out. Countless stars crazily collided, and the surrounding void shook violently. This scene shocked the countless cultivators who saw it. Golden Tathagata's eyes flashed with anxiety. This was because the power of the stars before him was even greater than what he had seen in the past. At every point of collision, there would be a tear in the void. Millions of void tears, chaotic space. Everyone felt their scalps tingle when they thought of Gui Rulai, who was in the middle of it. Gui Rulai controlled the ghostly sound Great Tao to block all the stars. However, this huge force made Gui Rulai's face turn extremely ugly. The power of a million stars actually has the power of an 11th stage ancestral immortal. No wonder they died in your hands, Gui Rulai said with a gloomy face. It's a pity, Yang Chuan. You have already stopped here. If we were outside, you might still be able to cause me some trouble. However, this is my home ground. I possess everything. What you lack the most is that your foundation is too shallow. You have not even comprehended the great Tao. Gui Rulai's expression was gloomy and cold. He stretched out his hand and struck at Yang Chuan with a palm. As the palm struck out, a black hole was suddenly pushed out of the void. Wherever the black hole passed, the stars that came into contact with it were all crushed into dust. The surrounding void seemed to be locked by this palm, making Yang Chuan unable to escape. Yang Chuan seemed to have stopped moving for a moment. Large amounts of cracks appeared in the void around him as if he would be killed by Gui Rulai in the next moment. A victorious smile appeared on Gui Rulai's face. Meow. Meow cried out anxiously below. Is Yang Chuan only so capable? The butterfly queen's face darkened in the sky. Yang Chuan. Mo Yu, she said anxiously. Grandpa, hurry up and save Yang Chuan. Hurry. Meng Hongying suddenly panicked. Hua Qiliang and Yin Hentian looked worried. Only Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the rest were not worried. Countless eyes were looking at that palm. Yang Chuan had nowhere to run and was about to be killed by Gui Rulai's palm. Who said that I don't have a great Tao? Yang Chuan suddenly said. As he spoke, a ferocious aura like that of a wild beast suddenly erupted from his body. Countless cultivators felt their hearts palpitate as if their souls were being devoured by this wild beast. Gui Rulai was the first to bear the brunt. Gui Rulai had guessed that Yang Chuan was hiding something, but he did not expect it to be so ferocious. This aura was as if Yang Chuan's aura had suddenly increased by 10 times, or even 100 times. Boom! A pitch-black Great Tao suddenly shot up from behind Yang Chuan. The Great Tao soared into the sky, and a ferocious aura surged out. The Great Tao soared into the depths of the 9 heavens. As it soared into the sky, it seemed to tear through the void, and many heavenly demons appeared and circled around it. Roar! A loud dragon roar was heard. Everyone saw that a black jade-like dragon suddenly swam out of the pitch-black path. It was millions of miles long and incomparably vast. The black dragon extended its head and roared at Gui Rulai's palm strike. Roar! Under the loud roar, Gui Rulai's palm strike exploded with a loud bang. After the dragon roar, the black dragon circled around the Great Tao and swam up. Countless pitch-black energy surged out of the Great Tao and poured into the stars. Under Yang Chuan's command, they charged at Gui Rulai once again. The Great Tao of Ghost Sound suddenly shook violently. Yang Chuan struck with his palm, and thousands of stars rushed out and charged at Gui Rulai. Rumble. Ah! Gui Rulai immediately screamed in pain. Sky-burying coffin. Block. No one knew what Gui Rulai was thinking, but he made another stupid move. With a flip of his hand, he used the seventh sky-burying coffin to block the millions of stars. The sky-burying coffin was indeed tough, but Gui Rulai didn't know that this sky-burying coffin was refined by Yang Chuan in his first life. Yang Chuan was stunned, and he waved his other hand. As if it had sensed something, the sky-burying coffin suddenly trembled. Buzz! It shrank rapidly, and it instantly appeared in front of Yang Chuan. What? No! Gui Rulai screamed in a daze. Did the sky-burying coffin betray him? Boom! The great Tao of ghost sound collapsed. Gui Rulai was the first to bear the brunt of the destructive impact. The great Tao of Black Dragon surged with rolling power and charged at the black hole in the center. No, no! In the eyes of the group of powerful beings, Gui Rulai's gigantic body was being whittled down in a frenzy. Gradually, his physical body was wiped clean by this devastating force, leaving only a pile of withered bones. Following that, the black force continued to wash over the withered bones. The withered bones quickly shattered and scattered, revealing only a green swastika character that charged into the cycle of fate. Gui Rulai died. He died in one move. The countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed horrified expressions as they looked at Yang Chuan, who was in front of the Black Dragon Great Tao. After sending out a palm strike, Yang Chuan's face instantly paled. The strength of this life is still not enough to control the great Tao of the first life. Yang Chuan's hand trembled slightly as he took a deep breath. Boom! The soul-stirring Black Dragon Great Tao suddenly scattered. Even Yang Chuan could not perfectly control it now. The Black Dragon Great Tao was different from the Cypress Great Tao. The Black Dragon Great Tao was too loud. It was a great Tao with a heavy load and explosive killing power. Yang Chuan's figure swayed somewhat. It looked like he would fall at any moment. Meow! Meow instantly appeared beside Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan, you were too cruel just now, Meow. Meow shouted excitedly. Yang Chuan's figure swayed, and he smiled bitterly. It seemed a little too early to use the Black Dragon Great Tao with his current cultivation. Even with his Jiangchen body, his entire body was aching. Even so, Yang Chuan's Great Tao of the Black Dragon had shocked almost everyone. Meng Sansheng and the group of sages tensed up as they looked at Yang Chuan, who was in the sky. As for the experts of the Netherworld Sea, they felt like they were about to collapse. Gui Rulai? The number one expert of the Netherworld Sea, Gui Rulai, was killed by Yang Chuan in one move? No. Countless cries rang out. The Butterfly Queen also stood up in shock. Black Dragon Great Tao? At this moment, a golden-robed man appeared beside the Butterfly Queen. The golden-robed man picked up a wine cup and drank from it, then pointed at the collapsing merit cloud with his other hand. All of a sudden, a golden finger appeared in the sky above. The finger touched the swastika symbol at the mouth of the reincarnation wheel. Boom! A vast golden light rushed toward the swastika symbol and pushed it into the reincarnation wheel. Rumble! Countless merits were quickly sucked into a blue channel. Gurgle! In just 3 breaths, a pitch-black aura spread out from the reincarnation wheel. A figure suddenly emerged from the heavenly fate reincarnation. Gui Rulai? He came back to life. It was as if Gui Rulai had suddenly come back to life. What? Sect Master? Countless cries of surprise rang out. Even more experts followed Gui Rulai's finger and looked into the distant sky. Beside the Butterfly Queen was a golden-robed man. The man's face was extremely wide, and there was a heroic aura between his brows. He naturally exuded a graceful and noble aura. The man retracted his hand and put down the wine cup in his other hand. The wine is not bad. Butterfly Queen, the man smiled. He, Meow Rulai. You're really good at enduring. You only came out now. Is this the chess piece you used to set up the world? He's not that great. The Butterfly Queen suddenly laughed. Indeed, he's not that great. Meow Rulai smiled and did not explain. However, the sages around them were stunned. Who was this person? He saved an 11th stage ancestral immortal with a flip of his hand. In the distance, at the mouth of the reincarnation wheel. Greetings, Master. I've embarrassed you. Gui Rulai suddenly bowed to the starry sky bitterly. Countless cultivators looked at this scene in shock. Master? The hidden overlord of the Outer East continent called that person Master? Countless people were confused. Only Meng San Sheng, who was in the valley, noticed something. Miao family? Miao Rulai? So, Gui Rulai is a living being he created? Meng San Sheng's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light. Chapter 1320. In the void, 4 worlds were scattered in 4 different directions. They were the first world, the great evil world, the great kindness world, and the boundless world. Among them, inside the boundless world, in the sky above a sea of clouds, there was an extremely vast city floating. At the south end of the city was a heavenly monument with the words Lingxiao Imperial Court written on it. Above it, on a vast sea of providence clouds, there was a huge golden dragon of providence. Unlike the first world's golden dragon of providence only had 18 claws at most. This one, on the other hand, was a golden dragon of providence with 19 claws. However, this golden dragon of providence with 19 claws looked rather weak, as if it had experienced an unprecedented battle. It was lying on the sea of providence to rest. Below, Lingxiao Imperial Court. Countless palaces were incomplete, and the wide streets were empty. It was quiet. In the center was a palace. There were countless guards outside the palace, but they all seemed to be injured. In the center of the palace, the Longevity Hall. In the Longevity Hall, hundreds of officials and generals stood in 2 rows. All of them had extraordinary bearings. Although their clothes were bright, they could not hide some of the wounds on their faces. Everyone respectfully remained silent. They bowed to the 9 dragons' heavenly throne in the north. On the 9 dragons' heavenly throne was a middle-aged man in a golden dragon robe and a golden flat crown. He placed his hands on the throne and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes. 2 dazzling lights shot out from his eyes. Black Dragon Sky Pillar? You've finally woken up. I've waited too long for our battle, the man said with a hint of joy in his eyes. Whoosh! Everyone in the hall, be it civil or military, suddenly raised their heads. First world, Netherworld, East Outer Continent, Netherworld Sea. The golden-robed man appeared beside Butterfly Queen and revived Gui Rulai with a finger. Meow, he's alive again. Meow exclaimed. Long live the sect leader. The countless disciples of Netherworld Sea cheered. Gui Rulai bowed to Miao Rulai and suddenly looked at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan's face was pale, as though he was about to collapse. However, Yang Chuan did not reveal any trace of fear. He continued to stare coldly at Gui Rulai. Ha 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 ha, Yang Chuan, I have indeed underestimated you. Great Tao. What a great Tao of the Black Dragon. However, do you still have strength? Gui Rulai suddenly laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the starry sky, Butterfly Queen frowned as she looked down and said, Miao Rulai, are you interfering in the battle between Yang Chuan and Gui Rulai? Miao Rulai poured another cup of wine and said, you are quite concerned about him. Ha, don't worry, this Yang Chuan won't die. I don't know where this Yang Chuan came from, but I just want to see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Oh! Butterfly Queen was surprised. Didn't you see Yang Chuan? Although he's weak right now, there's still a sense of indifference in his eyes. This is an anomaly. Miao Yu Lai said as he drank his wine. The Butterfly Queen looked down with a strange expression. The surrounding sages were staring at the 2 people in the sky. Butterfly Queen? There's still him. Hua Zuantian said solemnly. He still remembered that when he fought against Dugu Potian, he disturbed this person and was heavily injured by this person in one move. The person in front of him was even more ferocious. He revived Gui Rulai with one finger. Who is he? Zhuochuanqiu stepped forward and instantly flew towards Butterfly Queen and Miao Rulai. Zhuochuanqiu flew up, and Demon King Kong and Pan Sheng also flew up. Hua Zuantian also flew over. The 3 sages arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Zhuochuanqiu greets Butterfly Queen. May I know who this is? Zhuochuanqiu immediately asked curiously. Kong family, Demon King Kong greets Butterfly Queen. May I know who this is? Hua Zuantian greets Senior. Hua Zuantian also said solemnly. All of them were extremely curious about this person who suddenly appeared. Wait a moment. Miao Rulai said lightly. The three sages were slightly stunned, but they finally nodded and stood to the side. Below, Gui Rulai's aura once again pressed towards Yang Chuan. Miao. Gui Rulai, you're already dead. You're shameless. Miao immediately shouted. Bai Qi, Mo Yushi, and the others also flew up into the sky. The experts of Great Zhun and Netherworld Sea also flew up into the sky. With so many experts flying up into the sky, it seemed like an even more chaotic battle was about to begin. In the valley below, Meng Hongying said anxiously, Grandpa, what should we do now? You should do it. Meng Sansheng narrowed his eyes and stared at Gui Rulai. The creation technique of the Miao family is indeed extraordinary. I was wondering why Gui Rulai's fate was so unique. So it was created by the Miao family? This creation is useful to the divine realm. As he spoke, Meng Sansheng reached out his hand and took off the huge gourd on his back. He took off the lid of the gourd and threw it into the sky. Treasure, please take it. A loud shout came out of nowhere. However, this sudden sound caused everyone's expressions to change. Whoosh. It was like a long purple rainbow that rushed towards Gui Rulai. It was so fast that Gui Rulai could not react in time and was instantly enveloped. Rumble. A terrifying suction force crazily pulled Gui Rulai. What? No. Gui Rulai suddenly cried out in alarm. However, this suction force was not something Gui Rulai could resist. His body was quickly pulled over. A Kalanatha Tathagata, heavenly tortoise rune. Gui Rulai screamed. Buzz. A golden swastika rune that was 100 feet large appeared around Gui Rulai, and the void suddenly paused. However, it only paused for a moment, but the power of the Hongmeng gourd suddenly increased again. Boom. The swastika rune suddenly exploded. Sect Master. Golden Light Tathagata and Reckless Demon Tathagata reached out to grab Gui Rulai. However, the Hongmeng gourd's power was too great. Whoosh. The three Tathagata were sucked into the Hongmeng gourd. Smack. Meng Sansheng closed the lid of the gourd. Treasure, please take it in for now. Meng Sansheng bowed to the Hongmeng gourd. Asking the treasure not to be refined. Asking. The surrounding cultivators were stunned. Gui Rulai, Golden Light Tathagata, and Reckless Demon Tathagata were all sucked into the gourd in the blink of an eye. High up in the sky, Miao Rulai's cup suddenly paused, and his eyes flashed as he looked at Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng carried the gourd on his back and looked up at the sky. The surrounding cultivators were still in shock. Yang Chuan also looked at Meng Sansheng and said, Yushi, refine the reincarnation destiny. Okay. Mo Yushi's figure flashed and rushed toward the reincarnation destiny. Screech. Mo Yushi let out a long cry and turned into a huge dark phoenix. She instantly entered the reincarnation destiny. High up in the sky, Miao Rulai did not care about the reincarnation destiny at all. Instead, he stared at Meng Sansheng. Who is that? Many people looked at Meng Sansheng with a blank face. No one knew him, just like no one knew Miao Rulai. Even the sages were at a loss. How could there be so many powerhouses in the world that they did not know? Meng Sansheng took Gui Rulai in one move. With such ease, everyone knew how fierce Meng Sansheng was. God! Miao Rulai's eyes suddenly lit up. But halfway through, he stopped. Then, Miao Rulai suddenly looked at Butterfly Queen and said, Butterfly Queen, you won. I will do what I promised you. I have to go back immediately. Goodbye. Leave. Butterfly Queen was slightly surprised. Who was that person below? He wanted to leave after seeing him? Screech. Below, the reincarnation destiny emitted a dazzling blue light as if it was about to submit. Miao Rulai frowned slightly. Miao Rulai, you don't want the reincarnation destiny? Butterfly Queen asked again. The reincarnation destiny is spread all over the world, just like the heavenly Tao. No one can completely possess it. That is only the entrance to the reincarnation destiny. I can open a second one. Since you won, Yang Chuan can obtain the reincarnation destiny himself. I will not interfere. Miao Rulai said. Okay, that's more like it. Butterfly Queen nodded. Goodbye, Miao Rulai said as he was about to fly into the sky. Senior. The three sages suddenly shouted. Sages. Since you are curious, come, Miao Rulai said. Whoosh. Miao Rulai instantly disappeared. The three sages stepped forward and also disappeared instantly. The Sea of Nether was completely defeated. Boom. The virtuous cloud exploded with a loud bang. The Sea of Nether collapsed, and countless cultivators fled in all directions. Halt! Bai Qi roared as he led his army to surround and attack. Yang Chuan carried Miao and looked at the reincarnation destiny, ignoring Meng San Sheng below. Yang Chuan ignored him, but the surrounding territory lords had to pay attention. Wasn't this person too powerful? Where did he come from? Was he helping Yang Chuan just now? Was he Diasian's ally? For a moment, countless cultivators were confused. Meng San Sheng looked at the starry sky, and disappeared with Meng Hongying. Miao, Yang Chuan, he left. That person is gone, Miao shouted. Left? He won't leave. It's just that it's not suitable for him to stay here for the time being. He will appear again soon. Yang Chuan shook his head. At this moment, the most concerned person was Mo Yushi controlling the reincarnation destiny. Husband. Mo Yushi's voice came from the reincarnation destiny. Yang Chuan took Miao Miao with him and stepped into the cycle of reincarnation. This was a vast blue passage. Mo Yushi transformed into a phoenix. The phoenix had 12 tails that looked like peacock feathers, but they were much more beautiful than peacock feathers. At this moment, one of Mo Yushi's 12 tails suddenly emitted a blue light, as if it had merged with the entire reincarnation passage. Husband, when I refined it just now, I realized that I can refine this reincarnation passage into one of my tails. No, it's not refining. It's as if this reincarnation passage itself is a phoenix tail. I confuse with it. The giant phoenix said in surprise. Meow. Meow said in surprise. Then refine it. Yang Chuan said. But, look at the bottom. That thing is hurting my soul. The giant phoenix looked at the other side. There was a large blue swastika rune. Meow, is this the thing that revived Gui Rulai? Meow shouted. Swastika? It can actually stop the reincarnation passage? Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. Raw. Yang Chuan opened his mouth and inhaled at the swastika rune. Rumble. The swastika rune resisted for a while, but was eventually swallowed by Yang Chuan. Husband, be careful. The giant phoenix said anxiously. Meow, why are you eating everything? Why don't you leave some for me? Meow. Meow shouted. Yang Chuan's body suddenly trembled slightly, and a green light gushed out. Boom. A loud sound came from Yang Chuan's body. Meow. You broke through? You became the sixth heaven? Meow shouted in surprise. Chapter 1321. Screech. In the sky above the chaotic battlefield, a loud phoenix cry rang out. The reincarnation passage in the sky collapsed with a loud bang. As the void trembled, a huge dark phoenix suddenly flew out. The dark phoenix danced, and one of its 12 tails turned from black to blue. As it swung its tail, blue light scattered in all directions, as if it was dragging a huge blue rainbow. It was incomparably magnificent. The rainbow swept towards the Netherworld Sea's disciples. In an instant, countless cultivators were turned into dust by the blue rainbow. In the blink of an eye, they were all wiped out. With a swing of its tail, a large number of cultivators were wiped out. The original battle stopped once again. Countless cultivators looked at the dark phoenix in shock. With a long cry, the dark phoenix suddenly shook and returned to its human form, Mo Yushi's appearance. Yang Chuan and Miao stood at the side. Yang Chuan's pale face disappeared. At this moment, he looked as if he had never collapsed. Sage Monarch. Bai Qi and the others surrounded him. We are fine, Yang Chuan said with a smile. Yes. The officials rejoiced. King Gaia, stay behind and deal with the Netherworld Sea's matters. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Dayu, coordinate with the troop. Yang Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials replied. Yang Chuan looked at the 9 Weave Lords again. Everyone, the matter is over. Let's part ways here. Yang Chuan said. The 9 Weave Lords immediately said politely, all right, farewell, farewell. The Weave Lords were here to strengthen the Great Shan's momentum. After this matter was over, there was no need for them to stay. Furthermore, the stimulation they had received today was already big enough. Everyone hoped to return as soon as possible and stabilize their new territories. Boom. A large number of cultivators scattered in all directions. Yang Chuan and the others also stepped onto the dragon carriage and returned to the Great Qin city with a portion of the people. 4 months later, the Batian Weave Lord, Chen Batian, announced to the world that he would lead 2 other weaves to submit to the Great Shan and enter the Great Shan imperial court as subjects. When the news came out, the 8 heroes of the outer eastern continent were terrified. They thought that Yang Chuan would go back on his words and continue to send troops. However, there was no news of Diasian sending out troops. The 8 warlords sent people to investigate and found out that Chen Batian had long submitted to the Great Shan Empire. He had only announced his allegiance to the Great Shan Empire after the outer eastern continent was stabilized. Instantly, the group of ambitious and ruthless people felt bitter. Great Qin City, Upper Study. Yang Chuan met with a group of important ministers. Yi Feng stepped forward. Holy King, we've received news from the Netherworld Sea that the situation has stabilized. In this battle, Diasian has gained 7 territories. Including Chen Baitian's surrender, we've gained another 2. Now, the Holy Court of Diasian is in control of 14 territories in the outer eastern continent. It is the greatest power in the outer eastern continent. Yi Feng said with excitement. This is Diasian's current limit. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Diasian's army is indeed strong, and their morale is high. However, they don't have enough manpower. They've taken 8 territories in one go. It'll take at least a few years for them to gain full control. Li Sai nodded. Prepare for the next world examination. Li Sai, you'll be the examiner. Yang Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Sai answered. Outer Eastern Continent, Xianyang City, Diasian's Holy Court. Inside a palace. Yang Chuan, Mo Yuxi, and Zhao Afang in human form surrounded a sky-burying coffin. Miao jumped on Zhao Afang's shoulder. Miao, Yang Chuan, why did you let me and Sister Yuxi come to the mortal realm? Miao asked curiously. After taking a deep breath, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice, Zizi's recovery must not be disturbed. The god race is too strange. We must guard against Jianmeng 3 lives. Miao. Miao nodded thoughtfully. Done. Yang Chuan looked at Mo Yuxi. Yes, I've refined the heavenly fate reincarnation. I can now use the power of reincarnation. Moreover, I've already tested it 3 days ago. There's no problem. Mo Yuxi said. Then let's begin. Yang Chuan nodded. Clang. Yang Chuan opened the sky-burying coffin. Inside, Zizi was surrounded by countless small stars. Yang Chuan waved his hand, and the stars disappeared, revealing Zizi, who seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Mo Yuxi twirled her finger, and a small blue vortex appeared on her fingertip. Mo Yuxi looked at Zizi. At this moment, she didn't feel jealous at all. She gently placed her finger on Zizi's chest. Wang. Zizi's body was suddenly surrounded by countless blue lights. At the side, Yang Chuan waited worriedly. Together, they looked at Zizi in the coffin. Mo Yuxi's forehead was gradually covered in sweat. Just like that, about half an hour later. Wang. Zizi's body emitted a blue light, and Mo Yuxi gently released her finger. The blue light slowly dissipated, and Zizi's breathing suddenly fluctuated. Zizi slowly opened her eyes, and for a moment, she was a little dazed. Then, she quickly regained her memories. Who, husband? Zizi suddenly cried out in joy. Yang Chuan immediately smiled and gently carried Zizi out of the coffin. Zizi hugged Yang Chuan as well. For a moment, it felt as if millions of years had passed. Boundless yearning suddenly exploded. Meow, Sister Zizi, you're alive. Meow said happily. On the side, Mo Yushi pursed her lips and finally smiled at Zhao Afeng. Underworld, Great Qin City. Meng San Sheng and Meng Hongying came again. Yang Chuan, where's Zizi? Why haven't you started saving her? What's with the reincarnation cycle? Meng Hongying asked worriedly. Meng San Sheng looked at Yang Chuan quietly. Just as everyone was talking. Boom. Outside the Great Qin City, there was a loud explosion, and a huge impact spread out in all directions. Meng Hongying turned her head to look. However, he saw a vast yellow heavenly river descending from the sky. The road to the underworld. Meng San Sheng's eyes narrowed. The road to the underworld. Zizi, is Zizi healed? Meng Hongying cried out excitedly. Not long after, Zizi and Mo Yushi flew over from the road to the underworld with Meow. Zizi. Meng Hongying suddenly cried out in joy. Only Meng San Sheng frowned slightly. Cousin. Zizi smiled. Zizi. Meng San Sheng suddenly called out. Zizi frowned slightly, then bowed slightly and said, Grandpa. Meng San Sheng's expression softened slightly. He then turned to Yang Chuan and said, Yang Chuan, I know what you're worried about. I'll get straight to the point. Zizi's road to the underworld is extremely useful to the God realm. So what? Yang Chuan frowned. Meng San Sheng took a deep breath and looked at Zizi. There are 6 roads to the underworld in the world, and the God race is one of them. I came here this time to see if I can bring Zizi back. I'm not going with you. Zizi immediately shook her head and leaned against Yang Chuan. Meng Hongying was also worried and did not know what to say. I know, so I'm not going to take you with me. However, I have a request. Meng San Sheng said in a deep voice. Oh. The God race may need to use the road to the underworld once in the future. Zizi needs to return to the God race and help them. I don't care about anything else. Meng San Sheng said seriously. Return to the God race once? Zizi looked at Yang Chuan. I'll go with Zizi. Yang Chuan said. All right. Meng San Sheng nodded. Grandpa, there's a road to the underworld in the outer South Continent and the outer North Continent. Why don't we look for those two? Meng Hongying asked curiously. Meng San Sheng shook his head and said, Do you think the road to the underworld is that easy? Those two cannot be moved at all. There are only 3 that can be moved. One is Zizi, one is in Chao's hands, and the last one is missing. Chapter 1322. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Great Ju Imperial Court. Wu Zhong's study. Yuan Tiangang held a letter of challenge in his hand. It was a letter of challenge from Tongtian. Celestial Emperor, a letter of challenge from Tongtian? How bold. Yuan Tiangang said with a deep smile. Challenging the 9 saints of the Yang realm at the same time? Wu Zhong frowned slightly. Celestial Emperor, the saints of today are different from the past. Now, the saints can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. They have the power of 12 levels of heaven and earth, and there are even stronger ones. Tongtian is too arrogant. Yuan Tiangang said in a deep voice. Wu Zhong took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Celestial Emperor, should I accept the challenge? Yuan Tiangang asked again. Wu Zhong pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the study. In the northern outer continent, Tongtian wants to come out of the furnace. You can go and refine it. The voice came out of the blue. In the study, Yuan Tiangang quickly looked around, but Wu Zhong's face darkened. Celestial Emperor? Yuan Tiangang said in surprise. There's no need to look. I'll accompany you to the northern outer continent. Wu Zhong said in a deep voice. Yes. Yuan Tiangang nodded. Tongtian had invited all the saints of the world to battle. Over the years, he had been sending out letters of challenge, and the news quickly spread throughout the world. One person against all the saints of the world. When the news came out, the world was in an uproar. Southern Outer Continent, Kong family. Peacock Z and Blind Kong arrived at the main hall of the clan. The hall was called the Imperial Palace. Ancestor, that's the situation. Peacock reported. There was a moment of silence in the hall. Blind Kong, What's your current cultivation base? Kong Huangtian's voice sounded. Ancestor, I've already comprehended my ancestor's life-usurping technique. I'm now at the 10th level of the ancestral immortal realm. I can open my eyes and see the world, Blind Kong said solemnly. Peacock looked at Blind Kong in surprise. Blind Kong had been sitting cross-legged and deducing all this time. How did his cultivation base increase so quickly? Open your eyes and see the world. If you open your eyes, you'll see more. Continue to close your eyes, Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Yes. Blind Kong replied. The hall was silent for a while before Kong Huangtian's voice sounded again. It's starting so soon? Peacock, if you want to go, go. I hope you don't die in this battle. Die. Peacock's head snapped up. Go. Kong Huangtian's voice sounded again. Yes. Mortal Realm, Xianyang City, Upper Study. A group of officials stood in front of Yang Chuan. Saint King, the Prime of Tongtian has invited all the saints to battle. The whole world is in an uproar. Dongfangzheng faction and Ren Shu have already left. I think they must have gone to the North Outer Continent, Lu Buwei said solemnly. Tongtian? Does he want to learn from Hongjun? Yang Chuan frowned. Holy King, are you saying that the Prime of Tongtian wants to use this opportunity to transcend? Lu Buwei's expression changed. Transcend? Yang Chuan fell into deep thought. That's right, the factory guards of the Outer North Continent sent news that they saw Mr. Gui Guzi in the Outer North Continent, Lu Buwei said solemnly. Gui Guzi? A complicated look flashed through Yang Chuan's eyes. Sage King, are you going to watch the Prime of Tongtian's rampage? Go, why not? Great Shun is about to establish the Heavenly Court. This is a good opportunity to explore the world, Yang Chuan said with certainty. Yes. Li Sai of the Netherworld has prepared the examination. In the mortal realm, you should prepare one as well. Quickly gather enough talents for Great Shun. When I return, I will prepare for the Heavenly Court, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Chapter 1323. In the Yang Realm's northeast continent. Countless otherworldly demons flew about in a plane in the Yang Realm's territory. Guqin music rang out, seemingly controlling the otherworldly demons. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators jiaohu as the otherworldly demons enveloped them. Ah! Why are there otherworldly demons? Demonis Meng, the Eastern Divine Church's Demonis Meng. Demonis Meng? Cries of horror rang out in the surroundings. Many otherworldly demons swooped down, charging at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. At this moment, a white-clad woman stood at the summit of a mountain peak not far away. She wore a veil and played a guqin. Thin, transparent lines seemed to shoot out from the guqin, connecting the countless otherworldly demons and directing them to kill the cultivators. A white-robed man stood behind the white-clad woman. He held a feather fan and gently fanned it as he watched the chaos on the battlefield. The white-robed man was the Great Shan Nation's 4th Legion's commander, Meng Wanruo. The person playing the guqin was his younger sister, Meng Rongrong. A large number of soldiers stood behind the siblings. However, these soldiers did not move, looking at the siblings with reverence. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless otherworldly demons seemed to appear out of thin air, quickly charging at the enemy troops. Ah! The otherworldly demons entered the bodies of the cultivators in the jiaohu. Soon, they turned into statues, unable to move. When the otherworldly demons entered their bodies, they used their minds to resist. They did not dare to move. Once they moved and disturbed their minds, the otherworldly demons would take advantage of them and cause them to suffer a berserking chi deviation. Ding! The guqin music stopped. Meng Wanruo pointed with his feather fan. Go, capture them all. Yes, the soldiers behind answered loudly. Little sister, your guqin music is becoming more exquisite. You can even control the otherworldly demons of the heavenly demon world. Meng Wanruo smiled. Big brother, why are you here today? The Eastern Divine Church is expanding outward. I am in charge of one army. Aren't you in charge of another as well? Meng Rongrong asked with a frown. After taking a deep breath, Meng Wanruo showed a solemn expression. An honored guest is here. He wants to meet you. An honored guest. Meng Rongrong raised her eyebrows. Meng Wanruo nodded. I don't want to see him. Meng Rongrong refused. Meng Wanruo said bitterly, little sister, it's also very uncomfortable for me to be sandwiched between you two. Why are you doing this? Meng Rongrong's expression was complicated. After a while, he asked, where is he? I'll go see him. In my palace. Meng Wanruo smiled. Okay. Meng Rongrong carried her zither and walked towards the palace not far away. Meng Rongrong stepped into the hall. Meng Wanruo gently fanned herself and sighed. Then, Meng Wanruo looked at the battlefield in the distance. The Eastern divine cult had expanded its territory, and there were countless Confucian cultivators inside. They were also very good at planning, just like Meng Wanruo, who was unpredictable in using troops. As for Meng Rongrong, as soon as she started playing the zither, the sky demon dance was invincible. While Meng Wanruo was looking at the battlefield, two figures were standing in a forest in the distance. One of them was dressed in white and had a blurry face. He was a saint. The other one looked like Di Zhen's former enemy, Zhen Xiong. Zhen Xiong was Yang Chuan's father-in-law in his previous life. However, he killed his daughter and later became Dark Gui Gu's disciple. A few years ago, he impersonated Yang Chuan in Xianyang and caused Zizi to be injured. Zhen Xiong's original body had been killed by Yang Chuan. The one in front of him was the body of a beast that looked exactly the same. Gong Yangzi, is that the woman? Zhen Xiong asked in a deep voice. Saint Gong Yangzi nodded and said, I'm sure you're familiar with Di Zhen. Meng Rongrong and Yang Chuan have a lot of disputes. Yang Chuan cares a lot about her and even sent a legion commander to protect her. If you want to use Meng Rongrong to threaten Yang Chuan, you can go yourself. With your strength as a saint, you can take down Meng Rongrong with a wave of your sleeve. Why bother? Zhen Xiong said in a deep voice. Meng Rongrong is a disciple of the Eastern sect. If I make a move, Dongfang Bubai will not let it go. Secondly, my Gong Yangzi family can't touch anything related to Yang Chuan. You should know that I don't want to touch it. Gong Yangzi shook his head. You're worried, but I'm fine. Zhen Xiong said in a deep voice. It's not like I don't know what you're capable of. Who told you to go like this? You just need to trick Meng Rongrong to come out. Don't worry, I've already made preparations to deal with Yang Chuan. Besides you, I've also invited other enemies of Yang Chuan, Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Zhen Xiong stared at Gong Yangzi and finally nodded. All right, you should contact the others as soon as possible. They're nearby. It's up to you. Gong Yangzi smiled. Zhen Xiong nodded. He saw Zhen Xiong's figure distort, and gradually, Zhen Xiong's appearance changed into Yang Chuan's. Exactly the same, exactly the same. Even the aura is the same, Gong Yangzi exclaimed in admiration. Gong Yangzi. Yang Chuan snorted coldly. Gong Yangzi's nerves tensed up. Then, he reacted. Ha ha ha, similar, no, it's him. Yang Chuan nodded and flew out of the forest towards the distant battlefield. In the distance, Meng Wanruo waved her feather fan and looked at the battlefield. Suddenly, she saw a figure flying over. Stop! Countless soldiers suddenly shouted. Sage King! Meng Wanruo suddenly opened her eyes wide. She turned around and looked at the palace behind her. Then, she looked at Yang Chuan flying over. Stop, everyone do their own thing. Meng Wanruo waved her feather fan and said. In the distance, Yang Chuan arrived in front of her in the blink of an eye. Greetings, Sage King, Meng Wanruo said solemnly. Wanruo, is Rongrong here? Yang Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, Sage King, please wait for a moment. I will call Rongrong out. Meng Wanruo said solemnly. Okay. Yang Chuan nodded. Meng Wanruo immediately walked towards the nearby palace. After knocking, Meng Wanruo stepped into the palace. In the palace, Meng Rongrong was sitting face to face with a man. Meng Rongrong had a complicated expression on her face as she looked at the man in front of her with a hint of resentment. The man was none other than Yang Chuan. The real Yang Chuan. Brother, what's wrong? Meng Rongrong asked in confusion. Meng Wanruo smiled bitterly and said, "A sage king came from outside and said he wants to see you." "Oh," Meng Rongrong said in confusion. Zhen Xiong didn't have to wait for long before Meng Rongrong and Meng Wanruo stepped out of the nearby palace. Seeing Meng Rongrong, Zhen Xiong's face lit up. "Rongrong," Yang Chuan said with a smile. "Yang Chuan?" Meng Rongrong frowned. "It's me. Why are you still angry?" Yang Chuan said gently. Meng Rongrong didn't say anything. "I have something to tell you. Come with me." Yang Chuan took a deep breath and said. Meng Rongrong shook her head. "What's wrong?" Yang Chuan frowned and asked. Meng Rongrong took a deep breath and said, "What's the point of saying so much? Can you give me what I want?" Meng Wanruo looked at her younger sister curiously. In the hall behind them, the real Yang Chuan smiled bitterly. This was because he knew that Meng Rongrong's words were meant for him. "Why can't I give it to you?" "I'll give you whatever you want," Yang Chuan said immediately. Meng Rongrong looked at Yang Chuan and sighed. "Why are you sighing? Don't you trust me?" Yang Chuan frowned. Meng Rongrong remained silent. Meng Wanruo remained silent as well. Suddenly, Yang Chuan noticed that the two people's attitudes were extremely strange. "Meng Wanruo, are you betraying Diazhen?" Yang Chuan asked in a deep voice. "Never." Meng Wanruo shook her head. "Never before." While Yang Chuan was frowning, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the hall behind Meng Wanruo. Then, a figure stepped out of the hall. The moment he stepped out of the hall, the surrounding soldiers widened their eyes. "Yang Chuan? Why is there another one?" In the forest far away, Gong Yangzi suddenly exclaimed, "What? Yang Chuan? Why is he here?" Gong Yangzi was suddenly overjoyed. "Ha, he walked right into the trap." Zhen Xiong's expression changed as well. You, why are you here? I won't let it happen again. Zhen Xiong, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yang Chuan's expression darkened. "Oh no." Zhen Xiong's expression changed drastically as he turned and ran. Whoosh. Yang Chuan instantly rushed out. "Gong Yangzi, save me," Zhen Xiong shouted into the distance. In the distance, Gong Yangzi stepped out, and a vast sage aura burst out. The powerful aura suppressed the surrounding soldiers, causing them to take a few steps back. As soon as the sage aura appeared, Zhen Xiong was overjoyed and rushed over. Yang Chuan coldly harumphed. Blood mist suddenly surrounded his body. Whoosh! A vast sea of blood suddenly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed where Zhen Xiong was. "Yang Chuan, stay your hand." Gong Yangzi shouted and reached out to grab him. The sage's palm instantly reached above the sea of blood and was about to reach out and save Zhen Xiong. "You don't have a chance," Yang Chuan coldly said. As he spoke, a sky-burying coffin suddenly floated out of the sea of blood. Whoosh! A powerful suction force suddenly sucked Zhen Xiong in. Bang! The sage's palm crashed into the sea of blood, but Zhen Xiong had already disappeared. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Bang! Zhen Xiong's figure suddenly emerged from one of Yang Chuan's sky-burying coffin. No. Zhen Xiong looked at the dark surroundings and immediately understood the situation. He screamed in despair. Yang Chuan coldly smiled and said, "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? The same move is no longer effective." Zhen Xiong was surrounded by a group of Great Qin's generals. Netherworld. Boom! Gong Yangzi's palm landed on the sea of blood, causing it to churn. However, this palm strike was not very powerful, so Yang Chuan did not pay it much attention. Turning his head, the blood-haired Yang Chuan coldly looked at Gong Yangzi in the sky. Gong Yangzi looked at Yang Chuan and did not make the first move. Instead, he shouted, "Everyone, Yang Chuan is here. Why are you not showing yourselves?" Buzz! Buzz! Two dazzling white pillars of light descended from the sky. A figure stood in each pillar of light. Their auras were no weaker than Gong Yangzi's, and countless cultivators immediately retreated. Sage Wu Tian and Sage Tian Jizi. Yang Chuan's eyes turned cold. The three sages surrounded Yang Chuan. "Yang Chuan." Meng Rongrong immediately revealed a worried expression. Her previous aloofness disappeared, and her eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 1324. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zhen Xiong still looked like Yang Chuan. For a moment, it was as if there were two Yang Chuan looking at each other. Although Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the others had trapped Zhen Xiong, none of them made the first move. After all, Zhen Xiong looked like Yang Chuan as well. It was just like how Yang Chuan's blood sea required external forces to increase his cultivation. Even though the officials had the ability to help Yang Chuan increase his cultivation, they had never done so. The ruler was the ruler, and the officials were the officials. Etiquette could not be ignored, and power could not be lost. Zombie Yang Chuan walked towards Yang Chuan step by step. Zhen Xiong's expression changed drastically. Seeing that the officials around him did not move, he stomped his foot and shot out of the city. Zombie Yang Chuan snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. Roar! Zhen Xiong roared. Suddenly, Zhen Xiong's hair turned blood-red, and a vast blood sea appeared beneath his feet. This was Zombie Yang Chuan's ability. Super ability. Boom! Zombie Yang Chuan's palm hit the blood sea, and it instantly exploded. Identical beasts are indeed miraculous. You can create an exact copy of Zhen Xiong's blood sea ability with just a glance. Zombie Yang Chuan praised. Yang Chuan, if you kill me, my master will not let you off. Zhen Xiong roared in shock. Zombie Yang Chuan said coldly, Dark Gooey Goozy? Zhen Xiong will go find him soon. He is in the Yang Realm's North Outer Continent. You should have been with him. With Gooey Goozy's plan, you should have been safe. Unfortunately, you were too impatient and followed Gong Yangzi to the northeast continent to set up a trap for Zhen Xiong's woman. How did you know? How did you know? We did it very secretly. Zhen Xiong cried out in shock. At that moment, a white-clothed figure slowly walked out of a nearby palace. Zhen Xiong, long time no see. The white-clothed figure smiled. Zhen Xiong's expression changed. You are Gong Yangzi? Gong Yangzi. Are you a member of the Gongyang family? You betrayed us. You betrayed Gong Yangzi? Zhen Xiong suddenly exclaimed. Gongyang Ben Lei didn't deny it. Why? Yang Chuan is your family's calamity. Shouldn't you fight to the death with Yang Chuan? Zhen Xiong roared in shock. Gongyang Ben Lei took a deep breath and said, Yes, the Saint King is the Gongyang clan's karmic calamity. I've done my research on the karmic calamity and the karmic calamity. In the end, only one can survive. However, I believe that there should be a third way to resolve this tribulation. Submit. You choose to submit. Zhen Xiong exclaimed. How could he submit just like that, considering the grudge between them? The Sage King is benevolent and allowed us to submit. I've mentioned this to the Patriarch before. Unfortunately, the Patriarch has already turned into a demon and is unwilling to take the third path. After becoming a sage, his confidence has swelled. He wanted to fight to the death with Da Zhen. I can only take some people with me to preserve the Gongyang clan's lineage. Gongyang Ben Lei said. Gongyang Ben Lei, my miscalculation is all because of you, all because of you. Zhen Xiong roared in shock. Gongyang Ben Lei smiled and said, Thank you for giving me all the credit. Ah! Zhen Xiong roared again and shot into the distance. Boom! A palm fell from the sky and sent Zhen Xiong flying back. Blood sea! Zhen Xiong roared. Boom! The surging blood sea suddenly fell from the sky. You want to deal with me with my things? Zombie Yang Chuan coldly snorted. Boom! Zombie Yang Chuan instantly charged into the blood sea. Crack! He grabbed Zhen Xiong's neck and pulled him out. Yang Chuan, let me go, let me go. Zhen Xiong immediately screamed in terror. His entire body was restrained, and his life was in Yang Chuan's hands. Yang Di, have mercy, Yang Di. Jiaohu's voice suddenly came from outside the Great Qin City. Swish! A golden light instantly shot over. It was Pan Sheng, who was 3 feet tall. Whoosh! Bai Qi flew over with his saber and coldly looked at Pan Sheng. Pan Sheng had come to help when Bai Qi tried to kill Zhen Xiong in the Yang realm. He used his powerful body to fight for Zhen Xiong, but Bai Qi forced him to retreat. This time, he appeared again. Pan Sheng, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yang Di, you can destroy Jin Xiong's consciousness, but I've raised this identical beast since it was a baby. My little darling and I depend on each other for survival. Yang Di, I beg you, give it back to me. I will give you anything you want. Pan Sheng immediately said pitifully. Cough 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 cough. Jin Xiong seemed to be asking for help. Destroy. Yang Chuan glared. Boom. A powerful force rushed into Jin Xiong's body. Blue light suddenly scattered around Jin Xiong. In an instant, Jin Xiong was scared out of his wits. Jin Xiong was dead. Yang Chuan let out a sigh of relief. He finally got his revenge. Jin Xiong's corpse suddenly underwent a huge change. It slowly turned into a colorful ball of meat. It looked extremely bright and dazzling. Yang Di, thank you, Yang Di. Pan Sheng immediately said in joy. Thank. Zombie Yang Chuan sneered. Yes, thank you, Yang Di, for returning my little darling to me. Pan Sheng said happily. Pan Sheng, you've overdone your acting, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Shiying. Bai Chi's long blade pointed at Pan Sheng. What? Yang Di, I don't understand. Pan Sheng cried. Even if you call it so cheesy, it's useless. Do you think I will believe you? You raised it since it was young. Ha 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 ha, divine beasts are born and raised by the heavens. How can it be raised by the Boulder tribe? Yang Chuan said coldly. This is really my little darling, my. Pan Sheng said anxiously. Enough, am I so easy to fool? It's not like I don't know about the identical beast. Me. Yang Chuan said coldly. Ah. Pan Sheng's face stiffened. The identical beast, the myriad blood source, can imitate all living things. Do you really think I don't know? You want the myriad blood source only to improve yourself. How can I give my things to you for free? Zombie Yang Chuan said in a low voice. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and threw the colorful ball of meat in his hand. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Pan Sheng's eyes were filled with anticipation. In the end, he let out a long sigh and didn't dare to fight for it. Gulp. Yang Chuan swallowed the myriad blood source. Boom. Suddenly, a violent aura rushed out from all over his body. Yang Chuan's body was suddenly covered with the color of blood. Roar. With a loud roar, the huge dragon bone wings appeared again. Then, the dragon bone wings stretched out again, as if they had grown by half again. Yang Chuan's appearance became even more outstanding. Boom. A wave of air rushed out in all directions. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and slowly recovered. Congratulations, Yang Emperor, your cultivation has improved. Pan Sheng said bitterly. Another step, with the body of a zombie, Yang Chuan had also reached the seventh heaven of the ancestor Immortal realm. Below, Gongyang Benlei's face was filled with joy. After all, the more Yang Chuan gained, the greater his contribution would be. Yang Emperor, Pan Sheng has embarrassed himself. Pan Sheng smiled bitterly. You didn't embarrass yourself. Being thick-skinned is also a kind of ability. Don't always think of reaping without sowing. Zombie Yang Chuan lectured in a low voice. Yes. Pan Sheng nodded. Yang Di, I have offended you this time. However, what I want to say is that Yang Di, as a zombie, has a deep connection with my rock tribe. I hope you won't fight me. Pan Sheng bowed respectfully. Oh. Zombie tribe. Rock tribe. Relationship. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. The tribe leader did not allow me to leak this information. Please forgive me, Yang Emperor. At the very least, my rock tribe has never attacked zombies. Pan Sheng said solemnly. Yang Chuan looked at Pan Sheng in confusion and finally nodded. The rock tribe will not find trouble with Da Zhen. Da Zhen will also not become enemies with the rock tribe for no reason. Yes, then I will also take my leave. Pan Sheng said. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. Pan Sheng turned around and walked away. Congratulations, Sage King. Bai Chi and the rest were overjoyed. Yang Chuan's cultivation had improved, which meant that Da Zhen's strength had increased. Everyone was overjoyed. Yang Chuan nodded. Gongyang Benlei stepped forward and said, Sage King, please be careful in the Yang realm. Not only did the tribe leader bring Zhenxiong, he also invited Wu Tian and Archaic Arcanum sect, two great sages. Wu Tian. Archaic Arcanum? I do have a grudge against them. It is normal for them to come. Yang Chuan nodded. However, the information you brought this time is very useful. I am very satisfied. I promise that as long as you are willing to join Da Zhen, I will treat you equally. From today onwards, you will be responsible for subduing the Gongyang family. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, Sage King. Ben Lei will not disappoint you. Gongyang Ben Lei said immediately. From his initial contempt for Yang Chuan, to his respect, to his hatred, to his fear, to his submission today. Gongyang Ben Lei had long since given up on making an enemy out of Yang Chuan. Is the Gongyang family's beast a goat? Yang Chuan asked. Yes, the family and the goat tribe share the same reincarnation, Gongyang Ben Lei said. Oh! Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. Sage King should know about the Kong family. The Kong family's human race and the Peacock tribe share the same reincarnation. Therefore, the Kong family belongs to the Beast tribe. The Kong family's disciples can transform into peacocks and command all the peacocks in the world. Gongyang Ben Lei said. You can transform into a goat too? Yang Chuan said in surprise. Yes. It's just transforming into a goat. My strength might not be as strong as my human form. Gongyang Ben Lei nodded. Yang Chuan nodded and said, since that's the case, then I also know how to reward you. The goat tribe will be Da Zhen's national beast, and Gongyang Ben Lei will be the goat tribe's sovereign. Boom. Above the sea of Providence clouds, there was a sudden surge. Thank you, Sage King, Gongyang Ben Lei said in satisfaction. Flipping his hand, Yang Chuan took out a jade box. Most people can transform into human form as a demon, but you can transform into a demon as a human. Let's see if you can refine this birth chart, Yang Chuan said. The moment Gongyang Ben Lei touched the jade box, his eyes suddenly lit up. Progenitor birth chart? Gongyang Ben Lei immediately said with a look of joy. By the side, Yin Hentian took out a jade pendant and said with a trace of strangeness, Sage King, this official did not expect that Gongyang family head would share the same origin as the goat tribe. Gongyang Ben Lei should be able to refine this birth chart. The path of life is strange and unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Yang Chuan shook his head and said. Gongyang Ben Lei, refine it yourself. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, Sage King. Gongyang Ben Lei said in joy. Previously, he still had some guilt towards Gongyang Zi. Now, Gongyang Ben Lei no longer had a trace of guilt. Because joining Da Zhen was absolutely the best decision. Chapter 1325. Around the northeast continent. Above a sea of blood, Yang Chuan stepped on the waves, his robe fluttering in the wind. He looked angrily at the sky. In the sky, there were 3 huge white pillars of light. In each pillar of light, there was a sage. Sage Wu Tian, Sage Tian Jizi, and Sage Gong Yangzi. The 3 sages stood in the void and released their auras. A powerful aura rushed in all directions. Countless soldiers were immediately pushed back by this aura. There were even some who were forced to kneel down. There were countless auspicious clouds in the sky. The 3 sages looked down at Yang Chuan. Ha 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 ha, Yang Chuan, I wanted to lure you out, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. Gong Yangzi laughed. Yang Chuan, do you still remember me, Wu Tian? Yang Chuan, do you remember me, Tian Jizi? The 3 sages shouted. On the other side, Meng Rongrong immediately panicked. Her pretentious attitude from before was instantly gone. Brother, don't stop me, Meng Rongrong shouted anxiously. Meng Wanruo shook her head and said, the Sage King is prepared. Don't worry. Ah! Wu Tian, Tian Jizi, Gong Yangzi. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. What happened in the North Outer Continent? I knew you would leave Xianyang. Once you leave Xianyang, you will no longer be able to borrow power. This is really a heaven-sent opportunity. Yang Chuan, do you think you can still live? Gong Yangzi laughed. Live? I will naturally live. As for you, Gong Yangzi, don't you know that I am your Gong Yangzi's calamity? You actually came to deal with me personally. Don't you know how terrifying a calamity is? Ha 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 ha. Yang Chuan immediately laughed. Calamity? You, how did you know? Gong Yangzi suddenly said in surprise. Kumpi. Yang Chuan sneered. He turned to look at Wu Tian and Tian Jizzi. I have long expected the two of you to come for revenge. However, don't you think this is too grand? I'm now at the 7th level of the ancestral immortal realm, yet 3 sages have to surround and kill me at the same time? Yang Chuan said solemnly. Tian Jizzi sneered, 7th firmament ancestral immortal? Indeed, if it were anyone else, we would disdain joining forces to kill them before we reach the Saint Realm. But you're different. Yang Chuan, you've hidden your strength far too deeply. Yang Chuan, you've caused us 3 saints to surround and kill you. You can be considered unprecedented. Wu Tian said coldly. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the 3 sages and said, if that's the case, then come at me. Boom. The sea of blood expanded once again, and Yang Chuan was surrounded by a bloody mist. The sea of blood soared into the sky, directly facing the 3 saints. Yang Chuan's straightforwardness caused the 3 sages to suddenly become sluggish. This was because no matter how monstrous Yang Chuan's strength was, it was impossible for him to compete with a sage. However, he actually dared to accept the challenge of 3 sages. This didn't make sense. Shouldn't Yang Chuan turn around and flee, and then be toyed with by the 3 of them like a cat catching a mouse to vent the hatred in their hearts? Fight! The 3 sages hesitated. Why? Are the 3 of you afraid? Yang Chuan said coldly. Afraid? The 3 sages' eyes flashed with anger. Tian Jizzi suddenly shouted, everyone, be careful. Gong Yangzi and Wu Tian looked over. Yang Chuan, he's deliberately deceiving us. Yang Chuan's sea of blood has a strange ability. I remember now. No, I'm sure that this sea of blood is strange. The stronger it is, the stronger it becomes. Every time it's heavily injured, not only will Yang Chuan not be injured, he can even use it to break through. Yang Chuan wants to use our strength to help him break through. Tian Jizzi said solemnly. What? Gong Yangzi exclaimed. That's right. Wu Tian suddenly shouted. I also remember. The last time we fought Yang Chuan together with the Phoenix Emperor, Yang Chuan's sea of blood was not destroyed, but Yang Chuan's cultivation increased by 1 celestial layer, Wu Tian said. Gong Yangzi also suddenly said, I also remember. The last time in the Central Territory, under our heavy attacks, Yang Chuan's cultivation also broke through by 1 celestial layer. Yang Chuan is getting stronger the more he fights. He wants to lure us into a battle to make himself stronger, Tian Jizzi said solemnly. The 3 sages immediately looked at Yang Chuan in shock. What a strange ability, what a domineering ability, the 3 sages said coldly. Yang Chuan's face also sank. What? The 3 of you aren't going to fight? The 3 sages looked at each other. We can't allow Yang Chuan to continue getting stronger. If he continues to get stronger, we won't have a chance to avenge ourselves. Tian Jizzi said coldly. Then what should we do? Gong Yangzi asked doubtfully. There's a way. Blood Sea ability. Absorb the power of attacks. It can be absorbed if it's within an acceptable range. However, what if it's outside the acceptable range? Wu Tian suddenly said. In my opinion, Yang Chuan's sea of blood can only withstand the power of 1 sage at most. To be safe, if we all attack together and scatter the entire sea of blood, Yang Chuan will also be annihilated. Wu Tian said again. The 3 sages looked at each other and agreed with each other. Then, they looked at Yang Chuan who was above the sea of blood. At this moment, Yang Chuan's face was gloomy, as if he was anxious after his scheme was exposed. Ha 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 ha, everyone, let's attack together. If Yang Chuan doesn't die, I won't be able to get rid of him. Wu Tian laughed loudly. Okay. The 2 sages agreed loudly. Boom. In an instant, 3,000 heavenly Dao shadows appeared behind each of the 3 sages. The heavens and earth shook as the 3 sages gathered rolling power. Yang Chuan's face darkened. Forward. Boom. The heavenly veins suddenly appeared and shot up into the sky. In an instant, the power of the sea of blood surged again. Yang Chuan's face was solemn as he tried to block the three sages. Ah! Meng Rongrong, who was not far away, shouted anxiously. The three sages gathered the power of the heavens and earth and sealed the void in all directions, not allowing Yang Chuan to escape. The three giant palms were like three mountains that fell from the sky. Wherever they passed, the void would shatter. Three waves of destructive power rushed toward the sea of blood. Die! Gong Yangzi shouted excitedly. Whoosh! Before the three palms arrived, the sea of blood surged violently, resisting the three giant palms. Meng Wanruo was extremely anxious, but she could only clench her fists tightly. Even though Yang Chuan was controlling the heavenly veins, he was still inferior to the three sages. Yang Chuan's body merged with the heavenly veins. His eyes flashed with a solemn look as if he was waiting for something. The three giant palms were about to reach the surface of the sea of blood in the blink of an eye. The raging waves disappeared, and the sea of blood calmed down under the great suppression. Seeing that they had succeeded, the three sages' faces that were covered by the fog revealed a ferocious look. Heavenly Tao! At this moment, a loud shout came from the palace where Yang Chuan had walked out from. Boom! Suddenly, 3,000 heavenly Tao appeared. Following that, a white sword light shot out from the palace, heading straight for Wu Tian. Sheeing. The sword light was extremely fast and ferocious. It arrived in front of Wu Tian in an instant. What? Wu Tian's face changed. Boom. Wu Tian quickly dodged in shock, but the sword aura seemed to have fiercely pierced into Wu Tian's arm. Bang! Wu Tian retreated. The sage's palm that he had just sent out also shattered. Only Gong Yangzi and Tian Jiz's palms hit the sea of blood. Yang Chuan was still worried about three sages' palms, but two? He immediately threw out the great heavenly seal. Boom! Boom! The two sages' palms hit the sea of blood. Bang! The boundless sea of blood was shattered with a loud bang, and a huge abyss was created on the ground. The rumbling earthquake radiated in all directions. The sea of blood disappeared, and so did the heavenly veins. Yang Chuan, don't let anything happen to you. Meng Rongrong rushed over anxiously. Everyone looked over. Inside the abyss, there was a 10-foot imperial seal in front of them. Behind the imperial seal, there was a pool of blood that was emitting the sound of a heartbeat. No, almost. Tian Jizi said anxiously. Boom. The sea of blood surged. Yang Chuan rushed out of the abyss with Meng Rongrong in his arms. You're fine, that's great. Meng Rongrong was suddenly hugged by Yang Chuan, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. Yang Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong in his arms and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Meng Rongrong's eyes. He smiled and said, "Of course I'm fine. Let go of me, let go of me." Meng Rongrong struggled violently and quickly broke free from Yang Chuan's arms. Eighth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm? I knew it. Tian Jizi said irritably. The three sages looked at Yang Chuan with resentment. At the same time, they looked at the hall that Yang Chuan had come out from. It was that hall that shot out a sword light. Slowly, a white-robed man walked out. His face was also covered by a layer of mist. Dongfang Bubai? It's you. Wu Tian immediately roared. Dongfang Bubai looked at the three sages and turned to look at Yang Chuan and said, Yang Chuan, I'll only help you block one. Let's go with Wu Tian. Okay. Yang Chuan responded. Dongfang Bubai, this is a grudge between us and Yang Chuan. You also want to interfere? Wu Tian said coldly. Dongfang Bubai ignored him. Instead, he pulled out the sword in his hand and shot towards Wu Tian. Boom. After a collision, the two shot out into the starry sky. Bastard, Dongfang Bubai, you're just a newly ascended sage and you want to stop me. I'm the number one sage. Wu Tian roared. The two disappeared in a blink of an eye. Instantly, only Yang Chuan was left to face the two sages. Gong Yangzi and Tian Jizi both felt depressed. Gong Yangzi, didn't you say that you tricked Yang Chuan into attacking you alone? Why is Dongfang Bubai hiding here? Tian Jizi said solemnly. Gong Yangzi also felt gloomy. Don't worry. Yang Chuan is only an 8th level ancestral immortal. You also saw it just now. The sea of blood can't withstand our power at all. More than half of our palm power was blocked by Yang Chuan's imperial seal. In other words, without the imperial seal, I can destroy Yang Chuan's sea of blood alone, Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Tian Jiz's face sank. Indeed, most of his power was blocked by the imperial seal. The sea of blood did not bear much of it. Hold back the imperial seal. I can do it alone, Gong Yangzi said anxiously. Since you want to do it alone, then do it alone, Yang Chuan said indifferently. What? Gong Yangzi's face changed. Whoosh. Yang Chuan and Dongfang Bubai walked out of the palace. Suddenly, another white-clothed man walked out. His face was still blurry. Shimon Sage? Tian Jizi said in surprise. Tian Jizi, with me here, you don't have to do anything. Shimon Sage flew up and said. You. Gong Yangzi exclaimed. One Dongfang Bubai could be said to be a coincidence. Now, there was another Shimon Sage. Was this still a coincidence? Gong Yangzi, you're the only one left now, Yang Chuan suddenly said with a smile. Chapter 1326. Gong Yangzi, now you're the only one left, Yang Chuan suddenly said with a smile. Yang Chuan stepped on the waves of blood, rising higher and higher, coldly looking at Gong Yangzi. Gong Yangzi looked left and right. Wu Tian had been forced into the starry sky by Dongfang Bubai. Tian Jizi had been forced away by Shimon. 4 sages facing off. Gong Yangzi suddenly looked at Yang Chuan. Someone betrayed me? It's not too late to know. Gong Yangzi, are you going to make a move? Yang Chuan said coldly. Gong Yangzi stared at Yang Chuan. Speaking of which, Gong Yangzi didn't want to face Yang Chuan at all, so he set up today's situation. Who would have thought that today's situation was actually a trap? Yang Chuan had already made preparations, and even planned everything with Dongfang Bubai and Shimon. He even used him to break through. Yang Chuan, be careful. Meng Rongrong suddenly shouted in the distance. Meng Rongrong's eyes were full of worry, but this shout made Gong Yangzi's expression change, and he turned his head to look. Meng Rongrong stood beside Meng Wenruo. Yang Chuan's expression changed. Meow. Yang Chuan shouted. Buzz. The void trembled, and a small cat was suddenly summoned. Meow, Yang Chuan, you fought again, and you didn't call me, you bad guy. Meow. Meow Meow cried out excitedly. Yang Chuan was speechless. He knew that Meow liked to fight, so he didn't tell it. Meow, you go and protect Wenruo and Rongrong, Yang Chuan shouted. Meow, why do I have to protect them again? I want to fight, Meow. Meow said unwillingly. Gong Yangzi said gloomily, Yang Chuan, do you really think that I can't do anything to you and need to use women and children to threaten you? Meow, who are you calling a woman and a child? Meow suddenly shouted. Gong Yangzi was extremely unhappy with Yang Chuan's disdain, and now a kitten was also shouting at him. Chmph, little bastard, scram, Gong Yangzi shouted. Meow. Beast your sister. Meow. Yang Chuan, you protect them. I will fight with him. Meow. Meow shouted angrily. No, Meow. Yang Chuan's expression changed as he cried out. So what if you are a saint? Meow, I have the way of the heavens too. Meow suddenly shouted. Boom. 3,000 heavenly Dao suddenly appeared behind Meow. Instantly, Meow teleports and pounces towards Gong Yangzi. Little bastard. Gong Yangzi glared. Boom. A huge altar suddenly appeared beneath Gong Yangzi's feet. The 3,000 heavenly Dao appeared behind him again. He stretched out his hand and sent a palm strike towards Meow. Meow. Meow's cat claws struck out. Oh no, Meow. Yang Chuan's expression changed as he rushed forward. Boom. The 2 heavenly Daos collided. The void shook violently. The cat claw shield also collided with Gong Yangzi's claw shield. Rumble. The 3,000 heavenly Daos from both sides collided with a loud bang. However, perhaps because of the heaven and earth altar beneath Gong Yangzi's feet, after every collision, Gong Yangzi's heavenly Dao always won. Bam. Bam! Bam! Meow's 3,000 heavenly dows were shattered. Gong Yang's palm broke apart Meow's claw and enveloped Meow with boundless heavenly lightning. Meow! Meow was instantly surrounded by thousands of lightning bolts, and she let out a painful cry of Jiaohu. Meow! Yang Chuan's eyes turned red as he threw out the imperial seal in his hand. The massive imperial seal collided with Gong Yangzi. What? The Holy Hall's imperial seal is so powerful. Gong Yangzi cried out in shock. Boom! The imperial seal shattered 10 heavenly dows and collided with Gong Yangzi's body. Gong Yangzi was instantly knocked back 10 feet. Yang Chuan, on the other hand, dove into the sea of lightning. Meow! Meow cried out in pain. Yang Chuan used his body to block the boundless heavenly lightning and hugged Meow in his arms. Boom! When the lightning dissipated, Yang Chuan's robe was instantly damaged. In a hurry, Yang Chuan's face turned ashen from the explosion. However, it was finally over. Meow, wake up! Yang Chuan cried out anxiously. In his arms, Meow's body was charred black, and there was even a huge bloody wound on her left claw, with blood flowing out. Yang Chuan anxiously channeled his magic power to heal Meow. His eyes were filled with worry. Meow, meow! Yang Chuan cried out anxiously. Under Yang Chuan's treatment, Meow slowly opened her eyes. Meow, sob 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 sob. Meow cried as soon as she opened her eyes. Her big eyes were filled with tears, and she looked very pitiful. Meow, you're awake. Yang Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. Sob 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 sob, Yang Chuan, I'm in pain, my whole body hurts, even my hand hurts. Sob 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 sob. Meow cried. Ha 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 ha, it's no longer the same as before. The heavenly Tao has been repaired. Little bastard, I know you. You were able to stop Wu Tian back then because the heavenly Tao was incomplete. You dare to be impudent now? Gong Yangzi suddenly laughed. Sob 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 sob. Meow cried out in pain and grievance. Meow, I'll avenge you. Yang Chuan's eyes were filled with a cold light, and a surge of killing intent burst out. Ha 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 ha, you're angry because the little bastard is injured? If I kill this little bastard, what can you do, Yang Chuan? Gong Yangzi continued to laugh. Sob 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 sob. Meow looked at Gong Yangzi with hatred and cried out in grievance. While Gong Yangzi was laughing, a sudden clap of thunder resounded between heaven and earth. Boom tilde 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 tilde. Suddenly, a thunderous boom reverberated throughout the entire territory. Boom. Huge waves surged in the ocean around the territory. The earth trembled. Even the sky where everyone was suddenly filled with dark clouds, and a vast aura of anger spread out. Above the stars, invincible East faced Wu Tian. The sky and earth suddenly changed. Their faces changed as they looked down in shock. What's going on? Wu Tian was shocked. Below, Shimon and Tian Jizi were also looking at the sky in shock. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker, and a soul-crushing feeling rushed into their hearts. Plop, plop, plop. In an instant, countless soldiers knelt down. Even Meng Rongrong and Meng Wanruo couldn't help but kneel down under this powerful aura. Yang Chuan stepped on the heaven and earth altar and hugged Meow as he looked at the sky in shock. Boom! A huge crack suddenly appeared in the dark clouds. Eye of heaven! Tian Jizi exclaimed. What's going on? Gong Yangzi was also confused. What's going on? Why is the heavens alarmed? For some reason, Meow cried even louder when she saw that huge crack. It was as though endless grievances were fermenting and exploding. Woo! Woo! Meow cried non-stop. Looking at the crack, it was as though she wanted to cry out all her grievances to the crack. Meow, meow, I'm here. Don't cry. What's wrong? Meow. Yang Chuan was worried. Meow. Meow. Yang Chuan, it hurts. I'm being bullied. Woo! When I see that crack, I want to cry. I'm being bullied. Woo! Meow cried loudly. Greetings to the heavens. Shimon, Gong Yangzi, and Tian Jizi bowed towards the crack. Boo-hoo! Only Meow's cries could be heard. Little bastard, if you keep making noise, do you want to have a taste of me? Gongyang Tianlei? Gongyang Zi turned his head and scolded the crying Miao. Boom. Among the dark clouds, a seven-colored heavenly lightning suddenly fell from the sky. The direction of the heavenly lightning was where Gongyang Zi was. What? Gongyang Zi's expression changed. Boom. Immediately, the seven-colored heavenly lightning struck Gongyang Zi. Gongyang Zi immediately tried to defend himself, but the seven-colored heavenly lightning was simply too powerful. It instantly broke through his defenses, causing his hair to become disheveled. Fate, what did I do wrong? Gongyang Zi suddenly exclaimed. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately, another 107-colored lightning bolts fell from the sky and chased after Gongyang Zi. Heaven, I didn't do anything wrong. Heaven, spare my life. Gongyang Zi screamed in horror. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly lightning chased after Gongyang Zi, but at the same time, it also forced Gongyang Zi to not be able to escape. Woo woo woo. Miao cried as she looked in front of her. In front of her, Gongyang Zi was being struck by countless heavenly lightning bolts. The heavenly lightning did not take his life, but only caused him to be severely injured. Wherever the heavenly lightning passed, Gongyang Zi's body was instantly charred black. Millions of heavenly lightning chased after Gongyang Zi, as if to amuse him, but also as if to coax Miao. It was like a loving father coaxing his aggrieved daughter. Heaven, spare my life, spare my life. Gongyang Zi ran in all directions in horror. Hualalala. The heavenly lightning fell like a torrential rain, only targeting Gongyang Zi. In an instant, Gongyang Zi's skin was lacerated and his flesh was lacerated. Blood splattered everywhere. Heaven, what did I do wrong? Heaven, tell me, puff. Gongyang Zi was chased by the heavenly lightning until he cried out in grief. This heavenly lightning punishment came out of nowhere. Why is it like this? What did I do wrong? Tian Jizi and Shi Men also looked at this scene in confusion. Then, they looked at Miao who was in Yang Chuan's arms not far away with a strange expression. Woo woo oo woo. Miao's cries were much softer, and her mouth was trembling. Looking at Gongyang Zi being struck by millions of heavenly lightning bolts, she felt extremely relieved. However, looking at the crack in the sky, she still felt extremely wronged. Meow, woo woo woo. Meow. Miao cried as she looked at the crack in the sky. From the beginning to the end, the eye of heaven did not open, as if it did not dare to look at Miao below. Meow, meow, meow. Miao looked sadly at the crack in the sky. From the beginning to the end, the crack did not open. However, more and more heavenly lightning fell on Gongyang Zi. Millions of lightning bolts rained down on Gongyang Zi. No, heaven, what did I do wrong? Heaven, oh my God. Gongyang Zi cried out in grief. Boom. A huge crack appeared on the heaven and earth altar below Gongyang Zi's feet. No, don't. Gongyang Zi screamed in horror. Rumble. Heavenly lightning rained down. Gongyang Zi was in an extremely sorry state. Yang Chuan continued to pour spells into Miao's body. Miao's injuries were also much better, and the wound on her paw had already healed. Woo woo woo, hee hee. Looking at Gongyang Zi's sorry state, Miao finally let out a smile. Chapter 1327. Yin Realm, Tie-In Star. Great Moon Palace. Butterfly Queen stood on a jade platform in a white dress. She looked up at the sky and frowned. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be sending her a message. After a long silence, Butterfly Queen grumbled, "Father, you spoil my sister too much. When I was bullied and sealed, you didn't protect me. Now you want me to protect my sister?" Lightning flashed in the dark clouds in the sky as if sending her a message. The Butterfly Queen's mouth curled up as her eyes flashed with resentment. "Every time I fight with my sister, you always help her. Is it really because I'm the goddess of misfortune and she's the goddess of fortune? Being with her will make my luck better, but I'm also your daughter." Butterfly Queen's eyes reddened. "Because I'm the goddess of misfortune, no one was willing to be my friend since I was young. Everyone avoided me. Why did you make me the goddess of misfortune? I hate misfortune. Yes, ever since I was young, only you and Big Sister didn't despise me. However, Every time I see others avoiding me and trying to please big sister, I feel very sad. Why am I not the goddess of luck? Why am I the goddess of misfortune? The butterfly queen's eyes became redder. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. Sigh. A soft sigh came from the dark clouds. Yang realm, northeast continent. Rumble. 10,000 lightning bolts struck, charring Gong Yang's body. He was in a sorry state. 10,000 lightning bolts struck Gong Yangzi, causing him to vomit blood. He tried to escape, but the heavenly lightning forced him to stay close to Yang Chuan and be humiliated. Why? Fate. Why? What did I do wrong? Gong Yangzi howled. However, the heavenly lightning wouldn't explain. Gong Yangzi could only run. Due to Yang Chuan's magic power, Miao's pain gradually subsided. When she saw Gong Yangzi's sorry state, she laughed. Ha 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 ha, Miao. Miao finally laughed. Why? Gong Yangzi asked the sky. Suddenly, he saw Yang Chuan and Miao. Is it because of you, Yang Chuan? Is it because of you? As long as I am your enemy, I will be unlucky. No, why? Gong Yangzi howled in grief. Gong Yangzi didn't understand. Shimon and Tianji Zi were merely guessing. However, in the sky, Wu Tian said in a strange voice, mysterious. Gong Yangzi, you are really domineering. You dare to injure Xuanmiao? When you fought with Yang Chuan, no one targeted you. But when you fought with Xuanmiao, how did you injure it to such an extent? Miao's injuries gradually healed. Her charred hair slowly receded, and white hair once again grew. At least on the surface, Miao looked as if she was not injured at all. However, she still looked weak and pitiful. Boom, boom, boom. After another 3 million bolts of lightning, the lightning finally stopped. But right now, Gong Yangzi was on the verge of death. Although the heaven and earth altar beneath him hadn't been taken away by the heavens, 100 cracks had appeared on it. At this point, Gong Yangzi had officially become the weakest sage. Gong Yangzi wanted to cry but had no tears as he looked at the dark clouds in the sky, hoping that the heavens would give him an explanation. However, the heavens didn't care about him at all. He looked at Yang Chuan, who was not far away, with grief and indignation. Gong Yangzi turned around and ran in a panic. Shio. Gong Yangzi disappeared in a blink of an eye. Yang Chuan didn't chase after him. Thinking about Gong Yangzi's miserable state, Yang Chuan's anger from before dissipated by quite a bit. Miao turned to look at the dark clouds in the sky. Miao. Miao called out to the sky. However, the crack in the sky didn't open from beginning to end, as if it couldn't bear to look down. Rumble. The crack disappeared, and the dark clouds slowly dispersed. Miao, Miao, Miao. Miao called out to the sky, as if unwilling to part with the dark clouds. However, the dark clouds slowly dispersed. The people kneeling on the ground were finally able to stand up. Although countless cultivators were kneeling on the ground and couldn't see the scene, they heard everything. The sage was punished by the heavens. How could this be? There were still 4 sages facing each other, Dongfang Bubai, Wu Tian, Shimon, and Tian Jizi. Seeing Gong Yangzi turn around and run, Wu Tian and Tian Jizi were speechless. This encirclement to kill Yang Chuan was planned by Gong Yangzi, and in the end, he ran away. Dongfang Bubai, get out of the way, Wu Tian shouted again. Scram. Dongfang Bubai said in a deep voice. Bastard, when I became a sage, your ancestors weren't even born yet, and you dare to ask me to scram? Did you really become arrogant after becoming a sage? Mate, today I'll let you know that even though we're both sages, the gap is huge. Wu Tian waved his hand, and a huge light wheel appeared in the void. First sage. Hair. Dongfang Bubai snorted coldly. Open for me, Wu Tian shouted, and the light wheel in the void rushed down. However, Dongfang Bubai's sword was also astonishingly fast. His belt fluttered, and the sword instantly moved. Sheeing. 2 dazzling sword lights burst out, and heaven and earth lit up. Countless cultivators were blinded for a moment, unable to see anything clearly. Ah! My eyes! While countless people were screaming, the light wheel that Wu Tian swung out in the sky was annihilated. Ah! Wu Tian screamed. Everyone looked over under the dazzling light, only to see Dongfang Bubai retracting his sword. On the other side, Wu Tian's arms were chopped off by Dongfang Bubai. Both arms were chopped off. What? Tian Jizhi exclaimed. Yang Chuan's eyes also focused. How did Dongfang Bubai's strength soar so much? Wu Tian's two arms floated beside him as he looked at Dongfang Bubai in panic. Dongfang Bubai said coldly, "Under the righteousness of the nest, sages have their own missions. Otherwise, today is the day you die. Scram. You." Wu Tian shouted in horror. "If you don't scram, I don't mind chopping off your head again," Dongfang Bubai said coldly. For a moment, Wu Tian was inexplicably shocked. Whoosh. Turning around, Wu Tian walked away with his broken arms. There was only one Tian Jizhi left. Seeing that the others had left, Tian Jizhi made a prompt decision and also walked away. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Tian Jizhi disappeared. The ambush ended in the blink of an eye. Yang Chuan kept the sea of blood and hugged Miao as he looked at Dongfang Bubai in the sky. Dongfang Bubai's sword had surpassed all the sages. How long had it been? How did Dongfang Bubai improve so much? Whoosh. Dongfang Bubai instantly fell from the sky. Shimon also looked at Dongfang Bubai in amazement. Yang Chuan, back then you protected my Julu Academy. Now, we are even. Dongfang Bubai took a deep breath and said. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. Let's enter the palace. There are some things I want to discuss with you, Dongfang Bubai said. Okay. Yang Chuan hugged Miao and followed Dongfang Bubai. Shimon, you come too. And you too, Meng Rongrong. Dongfang Bubai said solemnly. Millimeter. Shimon nodded. Meng Rongrong and Meng Wonruo nodded. The group of 5 people and 1 cat stepped into the main hall. Bang. The door of the main hall closed with a bang. In the main hall, Dongfang Bubai sat in the main seat, and everyone took their seats. Dongfang Bubai, do you know a lot about Chao? Also, do you know the reason why the experts of the Third Era appeared? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Dongfang Bubai took a deep breath and finally nodded. I know a little. Oh. Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. Shimon was also slightly surprised. Sect Master Dongfang, please enlighten me. Dongfang Bubai nodded. I also just understood it not long ago. There are some things I still don't know. There are some things I can't say. I will only say what I can say. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. Chao, Kong Huangtian, and many other experts have one goal. They want everyone in the world to be like a dragon and live forever. Dongfang Bubai took a deep breath and said. Give birth to a transcending level expert. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Dongfang Bubai shook his head. Oh. Not just a transcending level expert but a hope for everyone in the world to transcend. Everyone will be like a dragon and transcend. Everyone will live forever. Dongfang Bubai said. What? That's impossible. Yang Chuan suddenly glared. In the Great Thousand Realms, only one transcending level expert was born. In the Great Evil World, there were only 2 transcending level experts, including the Lotus God. 4 worlds. 4 worlds. After countless years, only these 3 remained. Dongfang Bubai meant that everyone in the world could transcend. How could that be possible? Shimon, Meng Rongrong, and Meng Wonruo all goggled. This was not realistic, it was impossible. It is indeed very difficult. However, if one does not work hard, one will only be annihilated. Dongfang Bubai sighed after taking a deep breath. Meow. Why? Miao asked, feeling confused. Everyone stared at Dongfang Bubai. When the 4 realms merge, all life will perish. Dongfang Bubai said. What? When the 4 realms merge, all life will perish? What do you mean? Shimon suddenly exclaimed. When the 4 realms merge, aside from the transcending level experts, all life and dead spirits will perish. Dongfang Bubai said. Why? How can that be possible? When the 4 realms merge, why will all life perish? Shimon asked, feeling extremely confused. Meow. If one does not transcend, everyone will die. How could this be? Meow Meow was also bewildered. Dongfang Bubai shook his head and did not explain further. However, Yang Chuan frowned deeply. This was because Yang Chuan already had some guesses. However, this result was too cruel. All life perishing. What can that do? Yang Chuan did not ask for the reason. Since Dongfang Bubai would not say it, Yang Chuan would find out in the future. To strengthen oneself, one peerless expert after another will be born. These peerless experts will lead all life in the world to transcend and overcome the tribulation of the four realms merging, Dongfang Bubai said after taking a deep breath. Peerless experts will lead all life in the world to transcend. Meow. Meow called out in shock. The hall fell into a dead silence. If the world could give birth to a transcending level expert, it would be enough to shock the whole world. However, this group of old monsters that kept appearing wanted to lead all life and dead spirits in the world to transcend. How is that possible? Shimon asked in shock. Meow, are you kidding? Meow was also shocked. Even Yang Chuan was deeply shocked at this moment. At this moment, Yang Chuan finally had a direct understanding of the hidden old monsters in the world. In the Great Thousand World, everyone was striving to give birth to a transcending level expert. Leading the world to not be bullied by outsiders was already a great blessing. However, in the first world, this group of old monsters wanted to lead all life in the world to transcend. Chapter 1328. Transcendence of the Common People. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with shock. When the four realms combine, all living beings perish. Although he didn't know the specific reason, Yang Chuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Invincible East's words didn't seem to be a joke. Shimon Sage also fell into deep thought and became incomparably solemn. Yang Chuan, I called you here today because I have something to discuss with you. Invincible East took a deep breath and said, Oh. Everyone looked at Invincible East. I hope that Meng Rongrong can go to the heavenly demon world for me to do something, Invincible East said solemnly. What? Heavenly demon world? Shimon Sage said in surprise. Meow. What heavenly demon world? Meow asked curiously. Yang Chuan knew where the heavenly demon world was, but he still stared at Invincible East. Why did he want Meng Rongrong to go to the heavenly demon world? Meow, where is the heavenly demon world? What heavenly demon world? Meow cried out. Shimon Sage, you should have been there before. Please tell me, Invincible East said. Shimon Sage nodded. In the nothingness, there are our four worlds. Take our first world as an example. The first world exists in the nothingness. And between the nothingness and the first world, there is a layer of region that seems to be both real and illusory. This region is between the nothingness and the first world, transitioning between two extreme environments. It seems to be both real and illusory. It seems to be both real and illusory. It seems to be both there and nothing. This is the heavenly demon world. You can also see the heavenly demon world as the halo layer of our world. In the heavenly demon world, countless heavenly demons are born. It is a very strange world. Shimon Sage explained. Meow, that is to say, the four worlds have their own heavenly demon world. The heavenly demon world is a parasite outside the worlds. Meow opened her eyes wide. Ian, you can say that. The last time I entered, it was also the nest that let me enter. I went inside to find an old senior and asked that old senior to help the heaven-mending Tao. Shimon Sage took a deep breath and said, Meow, there are also old monsters in the heavenly demon world. Meow said in surprise. Yes, very strong, so strong that it makes me tremble. Shimon took a deep breath and said seriously. Everyone turned solemn. Cult Master, what do you want me to get? Meng Rongrong asked in confusion. You have already mastered the 8 heavenly demon melodies that I left behind in the sealed world. With these 8 melodies, you can control most of the heavenly demons. I want you to go to the heavenly demon world and retrieve a net from the human snake demon mountain, Invincible East said. Human snake demon mountain? A net? Meng Rongrong asked seriously. I will give you a purple amulet. As long as you are in danger, you can immediately return to heaven and earth. However, I only have one. I hope you can find that net. Its name is heaven pushing. Outside the heaven pushing net, there is also a zither of all life. If you can obtain it, it will be yours. Dongfang Bubai said in a low voice. Meng Rongrong nodded and said, yes, I will definitely find Push Skynet. Rongrong. Yang Chuan shouted. Meng Rongrong looked at Yang Chuan with reluctance in her eyes. Then, it turned into determination. Cult Master, send me there, Meng Rongrong said again. Invincible East turned to look at Yang Chuan. It was as if he respected the relationship between Yang Chuan and Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong looked at Yang Chuan with determination in her eyes. Then, she nodded firmly at Yang Chuan. Sigh. Yang Chuan sighed and finally nodded. That's good. Time waits for no one. We need to start immediately. Let's go out and open the heavenly demon passage for you, Invincible East said. After speaking, Invincible East walked out of the hall. Shimon and Meng Wanruo also walked out of the hall. Only Yang Chuan, Meng Rongrong, and Miao were left in the hall. After sending Miao away with the sky-burying coffin, Yang Chuan faced Meng Rongrong alone. You don't have to go, Yang Chuan said gently. Meng Rongrong gently took off her veil and revealed her devastatingly beautiful face. She looked at Yang Chuan with deep affection. Just now, when I didn't know whether you were dead or alive, I already understood my heart. I know that I was too willful in the past. Meng Rongrong said gently. Yang Chuan walked forward and gently grabbed Meng Rongrong's hand. Meng Rongrong didn't struggle. Yang Chuan gently hugged Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong's body slightly tensed up and she stopped struggling. Yang Chuan, I like you. I liked you from the first time I saw you play chess. Later, you went to Julu Academy. Outside the Julu Academy, I met with a mishap. Although it was a little awkward and I couldn't face you, I was really happy. The days when you were in Julu Academy were the happiest times of my life, until the day you went crazy, Meng Rongrong said gently. I saw the 3 yellow roses you placed at the entrance of the radiant world, Yang Chuan said gently. You saw the 3 yellow roses? Do you understand what I mean? Yang Chuan hugged Meng Rongrong and said. I understand. The 3 yellow roses are your apology. You're saying I'm sorry, Meng Rongrong said gently. No, it's I'm sorry. I love you, Yang Chuan said softly. Meng Rongrong's body trembled slightly. The two hugged for a while. Meng Rongrong suddenly struggled. What's wrong? Yang Chuan gently let go. Meng Rongrong let go of Yang Chuan's embrace and quickly took 2 steps back. She bit her lip and looked at Yang Chuan, her eyes flashing with reluctance. I'm afraid that I won't be able to bear to leave your embrace, Meng Rongrong said bitterly. Then don't go. Come back to Great Shun with me, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Meng Rongrong shook her head and said, No, I want to go. I want to go. Once I'm done with this matter, I'll come find you. Why? Yang Chuan said with a frown. Just let me be willful one more time, Meng Rongrong said with anticipation. Looking at Meng Rongrong, Yang Chuan went forward and hugged Meng Rongrong again. This time, Meng Rongrong did not resist. After a while, Yang Chuan and Meng Rongrong stepped out of the hall once again. Outside the hall, there was a huge rift in the void. On the other side of the rift, the void was extremely dark with large numbers of skyfiends flying around. However, Dongfang Bubai stood at the rift with his sword in hand. Not a single skyfiend dared to fly out. I'm going, Meng Rongrong said. With that said, she did not dare to look at Yang Chuan as she walked to the nearby rift. Meng Wanruo watched her sister walk over and sighed slightly. Dongfang Bubai took out 2 jade talismans, 1 purple and 1 white. Crush the purple jade talisman and it will allow you to return to heaven and earth. The white jade talisman is my proof. If you meet some peerless experts inside, show them my jade talisman. They will make things convenient for you. Dongfang Bubai said solemnly. Yes. Meng Rongrong nodded. With that, she took the 2 jade talismans and stepped in. Boom. Dongfang Bubai stopped holding the rift and it slowly closed. Yang Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong inside. Meng Rongrong also looked at Yang Chuan from inside. The two of them looked at each other with concern and worry. Boom. The rift closed. In the Skyfiend world, Meng Rongrong's tears fell. I will be back. Yang Chuan, wait for me. I don't want to be a vase. I must be able to help you. Meng Rongrong bit her lips and said firmly. Chapter 1329. After sending off Meng Rongrong, Yang Chuan sighed in his heart. He turned to look at Dongfang Bubai. Dongfang Bubai's strength was far beyond his expectations. Cutting through the void and going straight to the heavenly demon realm? Moreover, he was also famous in the heavenly demon realm. Dongfang Bubai seemed to have seen Yang Chuan's doubts and nodded gently. Yang Chuan, you are a piece of unpolished jade. I can feel your exuberant potential. With such achievements in just a few thousand years, I can foresee that you will shine when the heroes climb the peak. Dongfang Bubai said in a deep voice. Oh! Yang Chuan said solemnly. I hope you will be able to fight with me. Dongfang Bubai will wait. Dongfang Bubai said solemnly. Me too. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. Then let's meet again. Dongfang Bubai made a salute. Yang Chuan returned the salute. Dongfang Bubai stepped forward and his body was enveloped in white light. The white light soared into the sky and Dongfang Bubai disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shimon smiled bitterly. Although Dongfang Bubai was polite to him, he did not seem to treat him as an equal. It was as if he was not as good as Yang Chuan. Shimon, thank you very much this time, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yang Di, you are too polite. My people still need to thank you for protecting them. I did not do anything this time. Besides, Dongfang Bubai is there this time. There is no need to invite me. Shimon shook his head. No, the favor between me and Dongfang Bubai is only worth him fighting against a sage. Yang Chuan shook his head. All right, but I have also seen Yang Di's elegance. Every time I see you, I am shocked. No wonder Dongfang Bubai, such an arrogant person, has a whole new level of respect for you. Shimon said with a smile. You flatter me. Yang Chuan said with a smile. Yang Di, in the North Outer Continent, Tongtian sect leader is going to fight against the 9 sages of the Yang realm. We have all received the request of the heavens and must go. Yang Di, do you want to go? Shimon asked. Yes. Yang Chuan nodded. Then let's meet again in the North Outer Continent. Forgive me for having to leave first. All right, see you in the North Outer Continent. Yang Chuan nodded. Just like Dongfang Bubai, Shimon took a step forward and left. Meng Wanruo went to the other side and gave instructions to the officers and soldiers. Then, she came to Yang Chuan. Sage King, I can finally return to Great Zhan. Meng Wanruo smiled. Yes, just in time. Follow me to the North Outer Continent. Yang Chuan nodded. Yes. The Holy King came alone this time? Meng Wanruo asked curiously. My guards of honor have already left for the Outer North Continent. I have come alone. Let's go. Yang Chuan nodded. Yes. The two of them stepped forward and shot towards the north. 4 months later. Outside the North Continent, Heavenspan territory. In a manor. Yang Chuan, Meng Wanruo, Jin Dayu, and Zhongyi stood in the hall. Yang Chuan held a letter in his hand. Meng Wanruo and Jin Dayu were curious. Zhongyi's eyes flashed with anxiety. Holy King, is this a letter from Master? No, Dark Gui Guzi. Did he say anything? Zhongyi asked worriedly. Gui Guzi had many disciples in Great Zhan, including Zhongyi, Shu Fu, and Zhao Afeng. However, it was difficult to be loyal and filial at the same time. Dark Gui Guzi's appearance had caused the loyalty and filial piety to break. Zhongyi and the others were stuck in the middle and felt extremely uncomfortable. Meow. Meow jumped out of nowhere. Now, as long as Yang Chuan went out, Meow would follow. In Meow's words, Yang Chuan would cause trouble wherever he went. Whenever he caused trouble, it would be fun. Meow, Dark Gui Guzi? What did he say? Why did he send you a letter? Meow asked in surprise. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and handed the letter to Zhongyi. Zhongyi immediately read it. By Yi, I have already asked the Heavenspan territory to arbitrate. The Heavenspan Ocean, 10,000 refine hearts, will resolve our grudges. 10,000 refine hearts? Zhongyi asked in surprise. Miao, 10,000 refine hearts? What's that? Miao asked in confusion. Using 1,000,000 nightmares to refine the formation, a journey straight to the heart, cleansing the heart of the dream, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Miao. I don't understand. What does that mean? Miao asked in confusion. It means that two people are dreaming together, and there is nothing false in the dream. It is impossible to fabricate all kinds of non-existent matters and grudges like other dreams. Here, you can only dream with what you have in your heart. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. 10,000 refine hearts is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, your temperament will change greatly. However, in the refine hearts, you can see your truest self and the truest opponent. It is a battle of hearts. Zhongyi explained. In other words, Dark Gui Guzi wants to have a battle of hearts with you. Miao stared at Yang Chuan with wide eyes. Yang Chuan nodded. Miao, battle of hearts. What is a battle of hearts? Can it be a battle of hearts? Miao was completely confused. Zhongyi said solemnly, Holy King, you can't agree. In the past, all the people who used the 10,000 refine hearts changed greatly. Even in the Bai family, Bai Huang listed it as a taboo technique. Dark Gui Guzi has gone crazy. Holy King, you can't agree. Taboo technique. Miao, is it so dangerous? Miao asked in surprise. In the past, no one who used this technique in the Greater Thousand World was spared. Everyone's temperament changed greatly. The one who changed was not himself. It is extremely dangerous. Only a few people know about it. Zhongyi said solemnly. Miao, since it is so dangerous, what is the point of fighting? Miao asked strangely. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and was silent for a while. Miao. Yang Chuan, you don't want to participate, do you? Miao asked in surprise. Yang Chuan did not speak. Instead, he picked up the teacup and fell into deep thought. Holy King. Miao, Yang Chuan? Everyone looked at Yang Chuan in surprise. After a while, Yang Chuan seemed to come back to his senses. Zhongyi, you are an old subject who has followed me since my first life. How was my first life? Yang Chuan asked in a deep voice. In the first life of the Holy King, Bai Yi, Lan, and Ying were unparalleled. They reigned supreme in the world. The great Qin dynasty was even more powerful. No one could compare to it. Zhongyi immediately said. Yang Chuan shook his head and said, No, although I was powerful in my first life, I could not transcend. Transcending is difficult. Zhongyi said. Yang Chuan shook his head again and said, No, there is a reason why I could not transcend. Oh. Zhongyi said in confusion. There is still a flaw in my heart. That flaw is restricting me. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Ah. Zhongyi said in surprise. Miao. Yang Chuan, you have a flaw in your heart? What flaw? Why don't I know about it? Miao asked in surprise. Yang Chuan shook his head and did not explain. 10,000 tendrils tempering the heart? I want to participate. I want to make up for this flaw. I understand that only 10,000 tendrils tempering the heart can make me more perfect. Similarly, only 10,000 tendrils tempering the heart can save Gui Guzi. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. But, Holy King, 10,000 tendrils tempering the heart. If you are not careful, no, you have never succeeded from the beginning. It is too dangerous. Zhongyi said anxiously. Miao, how about, Yang Chuan, don't go? We can just use force to defeat Dark Gui Guzi, Miao said worriedly. That's right, Holy King. Zhongyi persuaded. Putting down the teacup, Yang Chuan stood up and said solemnly, If I cannot make up for this flaw in my heart, I will be stuck at the peak of my first life. I will definitely succeed. Zhongyi, go see Dark Gui Guzi and tell him that I agree. 3 days later, at the heavenly ocean, let him set up the formation. Yes. Zhongyi sighed and nodded. The Heavenly Ocean was the largest inland sea in the Heavenly Ocean. There was a huge island on the ocean, with countless palaces on it. The largest palace was the Roaming Jade Palace. The Roaming Jade Palace was the residence of sect leader Tongtian. When the news of sect leader Tongtian fighting all the saints spread, the Heavenly Ocean became the focus of the world. Countless cultivators came from all directions, ready to watch this epic battle. Therefore, countless forces lingered outside the Heavenly Ocean. The originally quiet Heavenly Ocean was in an uproar because of a dragon carriage. Outer East Continent, Great Shan Celestial Court, Yang Chuan's dragon carriage? Yang Chuan went to the Roaming Jade Palace? And he even went inside. What's the relationship between Yang Chuan and sect leader Tongtian? How could this be? Countless shocked voices came from all around. Everyone stared curiously at the distant Roaming Jade Palace. There were only 4 men in the Roaming Jade Palace. Dressed in a black robe, sect leader Tongtian sat cross-legged on a large futon with a cold expression. On the other 2 futons sat Yang Chuan and Dark Gui Guzi. Sun Wukong stood behind sect leader Tongtian. 10,000 tendrils tempering heart? Are you really going to do this? You've never succeeded before. Sect leader Tongtian said in a low voice. Dark Gui Guzi shook his head and said, Sect leader Tongtian, you, Bai Yi, and I were close in the past. This time, we asked you to protect us, to resolve the grudge between me and Bai Yi. Yang Chuan also nodded and said, I've made up my mind. Although 10,000 tendrils tempering heart is a forbidden art, it's also the best way to resolve the grudge between me and Gui Guzi. Gui Guzi, you're too stubborn. Sect leader Tongtian said in a low voice. It's not that I'm stubborn, but I can't let go of this grudge. How can I, Gui Guzi, be willing to be his subordinate? Dark Gui Guzi said coldly. Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows but did not say anything. All right, no one can disturb you in the heaven-span sea. I wish you success. I don't want to wake up and find that you've become someone else. Sect leader Tongtian said in a low voice. Yang Chuan and Dark Gui Guzi nodded. Sun Wukong, go out and inform everyone that anyone who dares to step into the heaven-span sea will be killed. Sect leader Tongtian said in a low voice. Yes. Sun Wukong immediately walked out of the hall. The 3 of them chatted for a while more before Yang Chuan and Dark Gui Guzi stepped out of the hall. When the door opened, sect leader Tongtian sat in the hall and did not follow them out. Outside, Meng Wanruo, Zhong Yi, Li Sai, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and other important officials of the Great Shan Kingdom were transported in the sky-burying coffin. The battle between Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi involved not only their grudge but also a large number of officials of the Great Shan Kingdom. Zhao Arfang, Zizi, and Mo Yu she also came over and looked worriedly at Yang Chuan. Miao was in Zizi's arms, and her eyes were also filled with worry. Dark Gui Guzi waved his hand at the heaven-span sea. Boom! 1,000,000 black shadows suddenly flew out of the heaven-span sea. These shadows were like balls of black energy that flew everywhere. However, people soon noticed that these black shadows were flying in a certain trajectory. Nightmare? 1,000,000 nightmare? What are they doing? A cry came from the distance. Chapter 1330. The surface of the heaven-bridging sea suddenly turned as still as a mirror. 1,000,000 nightmare demons circled a region, flying in a specific trajectory. The nightmare demons had nowhere to run. The flying region looked like a gigantic altar. 2 beds made of water floated above the altar on the surface of the sea. The nightmare demons circled around them. Yang Chuan and Dark Gui Guzi flew over. Then, they lay on the waterbeds and closed their eyes. 1,000,000 nightmare demons immediately charged into the 2's bodies. Boom! The nightmare demons surged into the 2's bodies like a heavenly river. Whoosh! Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed horrified expressions. Nightmare demons! Those are nightmare demons. With so many nightmare demons entering the body, won't the soul shatter? Nightmare demons create dreams. 1 nightmare demon is already enough for me. This, 1,000,000 nightmare demons. Are these 2 crazy? What are they doing? Countless cultivators exclaimed. Countless nightmare demons charged into the two's bodies, then flew out of the two's bodies and entered the other's body in a cycle. The two lay on the waterbeds and slowly fell asleep. In the touring Jade Palace, the Tongtian sect master frowned slightly. He sighed softly. In a mountain forest outside the heaven-bridging sea, Wu Jiong led Yuan Tiangang and a group of officials. Their expressions sank as well. 10,000 tendrils tempering the heart? Didn't teacher say that this is a forbidden technique? Wu Jiong asked with a sullen expression. Heavenly Emperor, is this technique very dangerous? Yuan Tiangang asked, feeling puzzled. It is extremely dangerous. Anyone who uses 10,000 tendrils tempering the heart will have a drastic change in temperament. Originally, they will be kind. Originally, they will become evil. Originally, they will be affectionate. They might even become heartless, Wu Jiong said seriously. What? Why did that Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi do that? Yuan Tiangang asked, feeling confused. It was not just Yuan Tiangang. Everyone around the heaven-bridging sea who recognized this scene showed shock. Were these two crazy? No matter how many people outside felt curious, Yang Chuan and Dark Gui Guzi both entered a dream on the heaven-bridging sea. In the dream it was a sinister place. Gui Guzi let out a long sigh and looked down at himself. He hadn't been deleted at all, and his memories were still there. Smiling, he looked around and saw Yang Chuan off in the distance. However, at this moment, Yang Chuan had changed. He was no longer his original appearance. Instead, he had turned into a 6-year-old child. She was dressed in a small black robe with her long hair draped behind her head. Her face was fair and tender, and she looked extremely cute. Bai Yi. Gui Guzi looked at the child not far away in surprise. At this moment, little Bai Yi was really staring at a painting. Ha ha ha, you've become a child. Yang Chuan, you actually turned into a child. Ha 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 ha. Gui Guzi suddenly burst into laughter. Little Bai Yi turned to look at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan? Who is Yang Chuan? Gui Guzi's eyes flashed. You really don't remember? Ha ha ha, don't you remember? You only have the memories of your first life. Yang Chuan? You're so unlucky, ha 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 ha. We've both cultivated the heart of 10,000 blades, but your memories have all disappeared. How are you going to fight me with your heart? How are you going to fight me? Ha ha ha. A trace of fear flashed through little Bai Yi's eyes when he looked at Gui Guzi, but his attention was quickly attracted by the painting in front of him. In the painting was a couple. The man was extremely handsome, and the woman was extremely beautiful. They were carrying a baby on their shoulders, and the baby looked 70 to 80% similar to little Bai Yi. This was a picture of a happy family of 3. Gui Guzi turned to look at the painting. Bai Yi. Ruoyun. Gui Guzi's expression darkened. So it's your family of 3? What a pity, your father Bai Yi and Ruoyun are already dead. Gui Guzi said with a dark expression. My mother is dead, but my father isn't. Little Bai Yi immediately shouted stubbornly. No. Haha, then where is he? Gui Guzi laughed. Grandpa said that my father and mother were fighting against the abyss devils in outer heaven. My mother was killed by the abyss devils, so my father took revenge for her. He kept killing the abyss devils in outer heaven, and he came back when he killed all the abyss devils. Sadness flashed through little Bai Yi's eyes. Killing the abyss devils in outer heaven? Gui Guzi's expression immediately turned vicious. His eyes turned red. Suddenly, a light image appeared behind Gui Guzi. Gui Guzi's memories appeared. In the image, countless abyss devils were fighting against a group of humans. There were 3 humans among them, Bai Yi, Ruoyun, and Gui Guzi. Bai Yi, you bastard. Protect Ruoyun. Protect Ruoyun. Gui Guzi roared. Roar. Bai Yi roared and blocked the abyss devils with his sword. A abyss devil was about to stab Gui Guzi to death. Bai Yi did his best to help and blocked the attack with his sword. Ah! Ruoyun's sorrowful cry suddenly came from the distance. A demon stabbed his sword into Ruoyun's heart, and Ruoyun's blood splattered everywhere as she was sent flying. Ruoyun. Bai Yi roared. Ruoyun. Gui Guzi also roared. The two men charged toward Ruoyun. Bai Yi hugged Ruoyun. Gui Guzi was anxious, his eyes red and filled with despair. But Ruoyun, who was killed by the Abyss Devils, quickly stiffened. Her wounds turned black, and she stopped breathing in the blink of an eye. No. The two men roared together. Then, they charged toward the Abyss Devils like madmen. All of you, die. Die. Roar. As the memories faded away, Gui Guzi stared at the portrait with a ferocious expression on his face. Bai Yi, you bastard, you bastard. Why didn't you protect Ruoyun when she married you? Why? Roar. Gui Guzi roared in grief. Ruoyun made the biggest mistake of all by choosing you. You're the one who killed her. It's you. I hate you. Bai Yi, and Bai Yi, you're Bai Yi's bastard. I hate you too. I hate you too. Ah. Gui Guzi lost control of his emotions and roared at little Bai Yi. Little Bai Yi took a few steps back in fear. Ah. Gui Guzi charged madly into the darkness and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Little Bai Yi watched Gui Guzi leave, then turned to look at the image. Dad's not dead. Dad's definitely not dead. Little Bai Yi stubbornly stared at the image of a family of 3. As he stared, little Bai Yi suddenly burst into tears. Just as little Bai Yi was feeling sad, the image suddenly moved. It was as if someone had lifted the back of the painting. The painting was lifted, and a black-robed figure walked out from behind the painting. The black-robed figure was completely wrapped in black robes, and wisps of black energy emanated from his body. Ah, who are you? Little Bai Yi looked at the black-robed figure in shock. Aren't you looking for your dad? I'll take you there. I know where he is. The black-robed figure said in a low voice. You know my dad. Where is he? Little Bai Yi's eyes flashed with anticipation. Come with me and you'll know. The black-robed figure said. Millimeter. I want to find my dad. I want to find him. Little Bai Yi nodded. The black-robed figure pulled little Bai Yi's hand and left the dark area. The two walked like this for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, a large river appeared. There's no way. Little Bai Yi pouted. No, your dad is on the other side of the river. We'll see him if we swim over, the black-robed figure said. But I don't know how to swim, I don't know. Little Bai Yi was in a difficult position. I'm here, don't be afraid. I'll take you there, the black-robed figure said. All right. Little Bai Yi was in a difficult position, but as long as he could see his dad, he immediately threw away all his fear. The two entered the river and swam slowly. As they swam, the water suddenly became rapid. Ah, I can't take it anymore. Save me, save me. Little Bai Yi cried out anxiously. The black-robed figure quickly grabbed little Bai Yi, but the current was too rapid and he couldn't catch him. In an instant, little Bai Yi was swept away by the river. Ah, save me, save me, save me. Little Bai Yi cried in the river. In the distance, the black-robed figure and little Bai Yi were separated further and further. Save me, Dad, Grandpa, save me. Little Bai Yi cried as he was swept away by the river. Hua. In another place, in a room, on a bed, little Bai Yi was lying on the bed, screaming save me. Suddenly, he woke up. It was as if everything that happened was a dream. Little Bai Yi was so frightened that he snorted and climbed down from the bed. Following the weak light, little Bai Yi walked to the door. He saw another room, which was a mourning hall. In the mourning hall, there was a coffin. At the coffin's mouth, a man was sitting. It was Bai Yi. Beside Bai Yi was a wine jar. Bai Yi's eyes were red. He burned paper money in a basin while drinking wine. His hair was disheveled and he looked extremely dispirited. Little Bai Yi walked over curiously. Dad! Little Bai Yi called out. Bai Yi drank a mouthful of wine and burned paper money. Had a nightmare again. Yes, I dreamed that I was swept away by the river. Little Bai Yi said. Perhaps because he was 6, he didn't understand the meaning of the mourning hall. He was only happy to see his dad. It's not dawn yet. Go back to sleep, Bai Yi said as he drank. But Dad, I'm afraid. Little Bai Yi felt wronged. Go to sleep. Bai Yi scolded again. Little Bai Yi felt wronged and rushed out of the morning hall. Hua! The dream world changed again. Little Bai Yi returned to the river from before. Ah, save me, Dad, Grandpa. Little Bai Yi shouted. Fortunately, he was on the shore. Little Bai Yi grabbed a branch and finally climbed up. In an instant, Little Bai Yi was drenched. Suddenly, the black-robed man appeared again. Little Bai Yi, I've been looking for you for a long time. So you're here. Come, I'll take you to see your dad. The black-robed man said again. I'm not going with you. You lied to me and caused me to be swept away by the river. Little Bai Yi said in disbelief. Lied to you? Little Bai Yi, come, I'll take you to see your dad. The black-robed man's voice turned cold. No. Little Bai Yi retreated. Come with me. You must go. The black-robed man said coldly and reached for Little Bai Yi. No, I don't want to. Little Bai Yi shouted in shock. Following that, Little Bai Yi quickly ran away, and the black-robed man chased after him. Little Bai Yi, you have nowhere to run. Come with me and tell me where you're hiding. Let me take them away. The black-robed man chased after him. Bad guy, you're a big bad guy. Grandpa, Dad, save me. Little Bai Yi ran ahead in fear. Where do you think you're going? The black-robed man chased. As he ran, he suddenly saw a huge palace in the distance. The palace was called Heaven-Facing Palace. Li Sai stood at the entrance of the palace, surrounded by countless guards. Suddenly, he saw Little Bai Yi running over. Capture him. Li Sai shouted. Ah! Little Bai Yi shouted in shock. Immediately, a large number of guards grabbed Little Bai Yi, and he was unable to move. Don't capture me, don't capture me. Little Bai Yi cried. Bring him to see the great Qin Heavenly Emperor, Li Sai said solemnly. Yes. The guards roared and brought the 6-year-old Little Bai Yi into Heaven-Facing Palace. Within Heaven-Facing Palace, the civil and military officials stood in 2 rows. Lu Buwei, Bai Qi, Zhong Yi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and countless other subjects of Great Qin coldly watched as Little Bai Yi was brought into the palace. Let me go. Who are you? Let me go. Little Bai Yi shouted in fear. At this moment, an emperor was sitting on the dragon throne. The emperor's appearance was Gui Guzi. Ha 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 ha. Gui Guzi laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. All the subjects laughed loudly. All the civil and military officials laughed at Little Bai Yi. Everyone looked at Little Bai Yi with an unfriendly expression. Little Bai Yi's body was slightly curled up, and he looked at the countless figures in the palace with some fear. All of them seemed to be laughing in front of him. Little Bai Yi was scared out of his wits. Emperor, only I am revered under the heavens. This feeling is really good. Gui Guzi waved his dragon robe and said excitedly. Isn't that right? Gui Guzi shouted at all the subjects. Yes, Celestial Emperor. All the subjects bowed respectfully to Gui Guzi. Ha 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 ha, Little Bai Yi, look, I've prepared a show for you today. Gui Guzi sneered. As he spoke, a group of guards escorted a man into the palace. The man's appearance was that of Yang Chuan, Bai Yi's adult appearance. He wore a black dragon robe and had the majesty of an emperor. However, at this moment, Yang Chuan's eyes were lifeless and lifeless. Who is he? Little Bai Yi seemed to sense something and looked at Yang Chuan in surprise. Who is he? His you. Of course, it's the future you. Gui Guzi sneered. What do you want? What do you want? Little Bai Yi seemed to have foreseen something terrible. Let me see what's in his mind. Little Bai Yi, let's see together. Ha 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 ha. Gui Guzi laughed loudly. A group of guards placed Yang Chuan on the dragon throne and laid him down horizontally with his head facing the sky. Gui Guzi used his hand to grab Yang Chuan's head. With a grab, a huge hole suddenly appeared on Yang Chuan's head. Ah! Little Bai Yi covered his eyes in horror. Don't be afraid, this is just a dream, Gui Guzi sneered. Then, he reached into Yang Chuan's head and searched for a while before pulling out a piece of paper. Bing Yin year, 16th of the first month, Li Mountain was hunting heavenly wolves. Suddenly, he saw a group of heavenly wolf cubs crying for food. He couldn't bear to kill them and released them. Gooey Goozy read. Ha 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 ha, is this still the cruel Ying? Is this still the cold-blooded Bai Yi? He mercifully set them free. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Gooey Goozy guffawed. Ha 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 ha. The court officials all laughed. Come, let's see what else is there. Gooey Goozy smiled and searched again. No. Little Bai Yi cried anxiously. Chapter 1331. Don't. Little Bai Yi struggled. However, no one in the court listened to Little Bai Yi. All of them were laughing maniacally. Gigu Zi pulled out another piece of paper from Yang Chuan's head. Playing hide-and-seek in the forest and catching a little rabbit. Ha 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 ha. Catching a little rabbit? Ha ha ha. Gigu Zi laughed. All the civil and military officials laughed again. Little Bai Yi yelled angrily, no. But Gooey Goozy seemed to want to crush Little Bai Yi's confidence. It was as if he wanted to crush Little Bai Yi into an autistic person. After this dream, reality would be completely affected. Little Bai Yi, did you know? If Bai Huang hadn't told me to teach you well and not hate you, you wouldn't be where you are today. I respect Bai Huang, and he told me to treat you well. That's why I've been restraining myself. Ever since your father, I've hated you. Back then, Bai Yi, Ruoyun, and I were all taught by Bai Huang. But why? Why can Bai Yi marry Ruoyun? Giguzi snarled. I hate him. Ruoyun should have been my wife. I love her more than Bai Yi. I can do anything for her. I can go to the 9 heavens and the yellow springs for her. If she's thirsty, I can steal peaches from the Queen Mother of the West. If she's hungry, I can kill dragons for her in the East Sea. She was punished by Bai Huang, and I can take the punishment with her. I've done everything she asked of me. Why? Bai Yi. He's a despicable person. What can he give Ruoyun? He can't do anything. He went to the sky beyond heaven to deal with the demons, and made Ruoyun pay with her life. Bai Yi is a bastard. I hate him. Ruoyun is so good, but he doesn't cherish her. I hate him, and I hate you too, little bastard. Little Bai Yi looked at Gigu Zi in fear. I've hated you since you were young. Every time Bai Huang goes into seclusion, I have to teach you. Little bastard, little bastard. Gigu Zi spat. I've taught you so much, but you're an ungrateful wretch. You used to call me Marshal Uncle, then Mister, then you scolded me and called me by my name. Little bastard. You ungrateful wretch. Am I supposed to be your subject? Most of what you have today was because of me. Half of your achievements were given to you by me. Do I owe you anything? You little bastard. Giguzi said savagely. As he spoke, Gooey Goozy took out another piece of paper from Yang Chuan's mind. I saw a girl today. She was so beautiful that my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Gooey Goozy continued to read. Ha 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 ha, little bastard, what else do you have in your mind? His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Ha 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 ha. Gooey Goozy laughed wantonly. At this moment, Gooey Goozy felt extremely refreshed. Ha 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 ha. All the civil and military officials laughed along. No. Little Bai Yi cried. No, I want to see them one by one. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Gigu Zi grabbed another piece of black paper from Yang Chuan's mind amidst the laughter. Ha 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 ha. All the officials laughed as they looked at Gooey Goozy. Gooey Goozy's originally laughing expression suddenly disappeared. Celestial Emperor, what did you write? Yeah, Celestial Emperor, what's so funny about that? The officials jeered, but Gooey Goozy's expression only grew more serious. He frowned and looked at Little Bai Yi with an odd expression. However, the guards who were holding Little Bai Yi seemed to have suddenly relaxed. Little Bai Yi struggled with all his might and finally broke free. He turned around and rushed out of the great hall. Whoosh! Within the great hall, Gooey Goozy watched with an ugly expression as Little Bai Yi fled. He crumpled the black paper in his hand into a ball. Clearly, the contents of the paper had shocked him. Celestial Emperor? Do you still want to see it? Some officials called out. Gooey Goozy ignored them and chased out of the great hall. Little Bai Yi ran out of Skyward Hall in a panic. The moment he ran out, the scene suddenly switched to the bedroom he'd been in earlier. Next to the bedroom he'd been startled awake in was the morning hall. Little Bai Yi saw a child clinging to the doorway. It was none other than Little Bai Yi himself. It was as if he'd recalled a very, very long memory. Little Bai Yi strode toward the morning hall. Outside, he looked like a statue, peeking inside. Inside the morning hall, Bai Yi drank wine and burned joss paper. Tears streamed down his face. Little Bai Yi walked up to Bai Yi, but Bai Yi couldn't see him at all. All he did was drink and wallow in sorrow. Gui Guzi suddenly found himself in a strange environment outside the morning hall. What's this? Bai Yi's childhood memories? What did he see? Is this a place he couldn't forget? Gui Guzi looked into the morning hall curiously. In the morning hall, Gui Guzi saw Bai Yi and the coffin. Ruoyun. Gui Guzi's eyes reddened. He turned to see Bai Yi sitting in front of the coffin. Bai Yi was drinking wine, his entire person dispirited. I don't know where you ran off to after Ruoyun died. So you still have some conscience. You're still keeping watch over Ruoyun's coffin? Gui Guzi said with a complicated look in his eyes. Gui Guzi didn't step in. Instead, he closed his eyes and sank into deep longing for Ruoyun. Inside the morning hall, Little Bai Yi watched Bai Yi drown his sorrows in wine. Ruoyun, I shouldn't have cared about their lives. What does their death have to do with me? Why should I help them? You wouldn't have died if I hadn't. Bai Yi took a sip of wine and said sorrowfully. I shouldn't have. I should have been colder. I shouldn't have cared about their lives. What does their death have to do with me? I only want my lover and family to be safe. That's enough. I hate it, I hate it. Bai Yi cried out sorrowfully. I don't need friendship. I don't need friends. I only want what I want. Everything I want, everything I work for. That's the only way I won't regret it. Ruoyun, I hate it so much. Bai Yi cried. Ruoyun. Bai Yi cried. Little Bai Yi watched from the side in fear. His eyes were filled with worry. Ruoyun. Bai Yi cried. Outside the morning hall, Gui Guzi sank into grief. He seemed to have sunk into his own world. Ruoyun. Gui Guzi also cried out sorrowfully. As he cried out, the memories appeared once more. Boom. In the memories, Ruoyun was killed by a demon and thrown out. Ruoyun. This time, in the memories, Gui Guzi erased Bai Yi. He was the only one holding Ruoyun's body in grief and indignation. Ruoyun. It was unknown whether it was Gui Guzi or Bai Yi who shouted this. Boom. A loud sound came from the morning hall. Father. Little Bai Yi cried out in horror. Gui Guzi was immersed in grief. Suddenly, he was awakened by the sound in the morning hall. He turned his head to look. He saw that Bai Yi's sword had pierced his purple mansion. Blood splattered everywhere. It was the same wound as Ruoyun's. Bai Yi had committed suicide. Blood flowed all over the ground and slowly spread to Little Bai Yi. Little Bai Yi looked at the pool of blood on the ground in horror. Ah! Little Bai Yi cried out in pain. Gui Guzi's memories of Ruoyun disappeared. There was only the scene of Bai Yi committing suicide not far away. Suicide. Gui Guzi looked at this scene in shock. He walked into the morning hall step by step. Suicide. Bai Yi died for Ruoyun. Bai Yi disappeared. Bai Huang said that Bai Yi died. He didn't know how he died. Did he die for Ruoyun? Died together? He looked at Bai Yi's body. Gui Guzi's eyes suddenly turned red. You committed suicide for Ruoyun? You died for Ruoyun? No, why? How could you love Ruoyun more than me? How could you? Gui Guzi rushed to Bai Yi's body and screamed. But this was only Little Bai Yi's memories. Gui Guzi couldn't touch Bai Yi's body at all. No, I didn't have the courage to commit suicide. I loved Ruoyun. Why did you commit suicide? You loved her more than me. Why? Why? Was I wrong? Was Ruoyun right to choose you? Was Ruoyun right? No. Gui Guzi cried. In an instant, It was as if the whole world had changed. In his heart, Bai Yi wasn't worthy of Ruoyun. Ruoyun chose the wrong Bai Yi, which caused Ruoyun's death. Bai Yi didn't love Ruoyun, which caused Ruoyun's death. Bai Yi didn't love Ruoyun as much as he did. But why? All of this told Gui Guzi that Bai Yi loved Ruoyun more than he did. He loved her so much that he was willing to give up his life. No, why? Gui Guzi suddenly realized that his previous resentment was all wrong. He was wrong. His previous resentment was all absurd. No. Gui Guzi rushed out of the morning hall heartbroken. He rushed into the darkness and ran non-stop. Was he wrong? No, Bai Yi did love Ruoyun more than he did, but he loved her too. Gui Guzi's heart changed a little because of this resentment. He reached out and took out a black ball of paper. This ball of paper was taken from Yang Chuan's mind. Gui Guzi unfolded it again and read it. Uncle Master, Bai Yi is grateful to Uncle Master. I respect Uncle Master. I will never forget Uncle Master's kindness. But my heart is dark. There is a powerful evil force in my heart. This force is constantly erasing my kindness to Uncle Master and erasing all my respect. This is the flaw in my heart. It is an evil force. I am so worried. I am worried that one day, I will not recognize my own family. I am worried that one day, I will no longer respect Uncle Master. This evil force is making me forget Uncle Master's kindness to me. The stronger I am, the stronger this evil force in my heart will be. I do not want to forget. I have sealed all my respect for Uncle Master in a hidden place in my heart. I will not let that evil force find it. I will not forget every little thing that Uncle Master taught me back then. I will not forget it. Evil force, I am not afraid of you. When Grandpa was in seclusion, Uncle Master taught me knowledge on Grandpa's behalf. I remember that Uncle Master liked the color black. The first time he taught me, he gave me a set of black clothes. I have decided that all my clothes will be black in the future. Even if others wear golden dragon robes, I will wear black. I do not want to forget the past. I do not want all my emotions to be erased by the evil force. I will not give in. I will wear black. Black can always remind me that there is still a stubbornness. It will not let me lose myself. I do not want to forget. Do not forget. Evil force, I will not give in to you. Gui Guzi looked at the letter. Suddenly, his heart trembled. A wave of memories surged into his mind. In a square, Bai Huang looked extremely tired. Gui Guzi, you are the most talented among my disciples. Unfortunately, you are not a member of my Bai clan. Some things in the Bai clan require the soul of the Bai clan. Unfortunately, I have to go into seclusion to calculate the number of days. Teach little Bai Yi on my behalf for a while. He is the hope of my Bai clan. You must teach him well. Bai Huang said tiredly. Yes. Bai Huang went into seclusion. Gui Guzi looked at little Bai Yi with a trace of disgust. Uncle Master, 16th uncle brought me 2 immortal fruits today. They are delicious. I saved one for you. Uncle Master, this is the little tiger plushie that 12th aunt gave me. It is very fun. I will let you play with it. Gui Guzi looked at little Bai Yi with disgust. All right, little Bai Yi, you will start learning from today. As my disciple, you must wear the same clothes as me. Wear this black robe. I will take you to see the other sect. Gui Guzi said coldly with disgust. Black clothes. That's ugly. Uncle Master, can I not wear black? The last time I wore it, many of my friends said that I was ugly and did not play with me anymore. My father also said that I do not look good in black. Little Bai Yi said. No. You must wear it. Gui said with disgust. Chapter 1332. Yang Realm, Outer North Continent. Heavenspan Domain, Heavenspan Sea. Countless experts stared at the sea outside Heavenspan Sea, looking at the 2 people lying on the waterbed. Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi. The 2 had been here for 3 days. News quickly spread everywhere, and more experts came to watch. In Roaming Jade Palace, Sect leader Tongtian looked gravely at the two in the distance. Bai Yi, Gui Guzi, what will you become after the 10,000 demons tempering heart? Fighting heart. Back then, in the Great Thousand Realms, Bai Huang requested Gui Guzi to do his best to help Bai Yi. Gui Guzi did not forget Bai Huang's teachings, but he always felt a grudge. Has it finally erupted? Sect leader Tongtian sighed. In the distance, the two were lying peacefully on two water beds. Suddenly, Gui Guzi's body changed. 2 drops of tears flowed out of his eyes. Tears. Sect leader Tongtian narrowed his eyes. Outside Heavenspan Sea, countless cultivators stared at Gui Guzi in shock. The 10,000 demons tempering heart is already affecting their mind. Wu Jiong said with a heavy expression. Gui Guzi's mind is extremely tenacious. What exactly did they encounter? How did it trigger such emotions? Yuan Tiangang exclaimed. The 10,000 demons tempering heart is a clash of their memories, their hearts. The heart is the weakest part of a person. When their hearts collided, Gui Guzi was injured first. Wu Jiong said with a deep breath. Yes. Yuan Tiangang nodded. Aside from Wu Jiong and Yuan Tiangang, there were also some peerless experts who revealed shocked expressions. Of course, there were also some who revealed cold expressions. Gong Yangzi. After suffering heavy injuries in the northeast continent, Gong Yangzi went to the outer north continent. Before he recovered, he heard about the Heavenspan Sea and immediately rushed over. Standing in a small forest and looking at the distant Heavenspan Sea, Gong Yangzi's eyes were filled with resentment. Yang Chuan? Gong Yangzi said through gritted teeth. It was because of Yang Chuan that Gong Yangzi was so unlucky. Before returning, Gong Yangzi asked Wu Tian about it. He also understood that he was unlucky that day, attacking that cat for no reason. Yang Chuan's cat. Gong Yangzi raised his head and looked at Miao Miao, who was in Zizi's arms. Mysterious. So you are Xuan Miao? Why didn't you say so earlier? Gong Yangzi looked into the distance with grief and indignation. The mysteries of the heavens. No wonder the heavens sent down heavenly punishment. Gong Yangzi lamented. Next, Gong Yangzi looked at the 2 figures above the sky-piercing sea. Gui Guzi and Yang Chuan. If Yang Chuan doesn't die, my Gongyang clan will never have a day of peace. In the past, when I targeted Yang Chuan didn't know the situation. Now that he knows, he will definitely take precautions. It will be even more difficult to kill Yang Chuan in the future. Gong Yangzi stared into the distance with a deep voice. Now that he is defenseless, this is the best time to kill Yang Chuan. Kill him in one strike. I must succeed. Gong Yangzi's body emitted a murderous aura. Sheeing. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a sword. As he drew his sword, a ferocious murderous aura was concealed. At the same time, in Green Touring Palace, Tongtian paid close attention to Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi. Buzz. Suddenly, a sword hum rang out in the hall. 4 swords stabbed into the ground in 4 directions of the hall. Tongtian's swords. Immortal vanquishing 4 swords. Among them, the Immortal vanquishing sword seemed to sense Gong Yangzi's murderous aura. The sword hum sounded a warning. Are you ignoring this venerate's words? Tongtian's eyes suddenly turned cold. Outside, while everyone was paying attention to the sky-piercing sea, suddenly, a ferocious aura burst out from the seaside. Boom! The vast aura overturned countless cultivators in the surroundings. A white figure suddenly charged out, kicking up huge waves in the sky-piercing sea. Yang Chuan, die! The white figure shouted. The white figure suddenly swung his hand, and a white manifested sword shot towards the center of the sky-piercing sea. The manifested sword's might was vast, shattering space. The expressions of countless cultivators changed. Gong Yangzi! Yuan Tiangang exclaimed in shock. A bona fide sage actually sneak attacked. Humph! Wu Jiong showed some disdain. On the island, the expressions of Bai Qi and the others changed drastically. Stop! Boom! 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 Nearly at the same time, Miao, Bai Qi, Mo Yuxi, Zhao Afeng, Zizi, Wang Jian, and the others attacked Gong Yangzi together. Countless manifested swords, sabers, and claws charged at Gong Yangzi. However, Gong Yangzi's sneak attack was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he would kill Yang Chuan. Just as Gong Yangzi felt pleased with himself, suddenly, a cold snort rang out over the sky-piercing sea. Humph! The cold snort shook the hearts and souls of countless cultivators. Sheeing. A purple sword appeared before Gong Yangzi. It seemed to have traveled through time and space. Then, it instantly shot out at a speed 10 times faster than Gong Yangzi's. Sheeing. A purple light blinded countless Shouja. The purple sword instantly vanished. Gong Yangzi's manifested sword also vanished. That was because an arm holding a sword was falling from the sky. The immortal vanquishing sword severed Gong Yangzi's arm. Ah! Gong Yangzi roared in pain. Boom! Immediately, Bai Qi and the others landed heavy blows. Rumble. The void trembled once again. Gong Yangzi's injuries worsened as he quickly fled while grabbing his arm. Sect Master Tongtian? In the distance, Wu Jiong narrowed his eyes. What a powerful sword strike. It tore through time and space without any warning. Worry flashed in Yuan Tiangong's eyes. After all, he would have to face Sect Master Tongtian soon. Boom. Great Shun's officials quickly flew to the sky-piercing sea. Lu Biyu looked around coldly. He gently flung his sleeve and looked around coldly. If anyone dares to disturb us again, Great Shun will fight to the death. Sheeing. Great Shun's generals drew their swords and looked around coldly. On the other side, Gong Yangzi grabbed his severed arm and fled. Why? I was so close. Why? Roar. Gong Yangzi wanted to cry but had no tears. Would he be unlucky forever after encountering Yang Chuan? Wasn't this too unlucky? Last time, the unexpected disaster was pardonable. He had offended Xuanmian, but this time, he was so unlucky. Yang Chuan was lying in front of him, lying under his sword, but he couldn't kill him. Roar. Gong Yangzi roared in grief. 10,000 blades tempering heart. In Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi's dream. Gui Guzi looked at the black paper in his hand. It was a memory he had grabbed from Yang Chuan's mind. It was this memory that once again destroyed a lot of Gui Guzi's knowledge. Thinking of his harshness back then and thinking of little Bai Yi's innocence, Gui Guzi suddenly felt that his previous actions were laughable. Because of Bai Yi, he blamed Bai Yi. But Bai Yi wasn't as heartless as he thought. Bai Yi loved Ruoyun more than he did. Everything about Bai Yi was right. He was inferior to him. As for Bai Yi, lowering his head, Gui Guzi looked at the black paper again. This is the flaw in my heart. It's an evil force. I'm so worried. I'm worried that one day, I won't recognize anyone. I'm worried that one day, I won't respect senior uncle. This evil force will make me forget how good senior uncle was to me. The stronger I get, the stronger the evil force in my heart gets. I don't want to forget. I sealed all my respect for senior uncle in a hidden place in my heart. I won't let that evil force find it. I won't forget every little thing that senior uncle taught me back then. Evil force? Gui Guzi's expression darkened. No, I'm Gui Guzi. Even though I've wronged Bai Yi and Bai Yi, I have my own ambitions. I can create my own heavenly court, and I can rule the world. Why would I want to be his subject? And to be his subject for all eternity? No. Gui Guzi bit his lip and said with great ambition. Bai Yi, what is that evil force? I want to see. I want to see what that evil force is. What memories does it want to erase? Where exactly did you seal those things? I want to find them. I want to understand. Gui Guzi took a deep breath. With that, he carefully folded the black paper, turned around, and went back to find little Bai Yi. Originally, in the morning hall, little Bai Yi was curled up in a ball, watching his father commit suicide in front of him. His young heart suffered a huge blow. His father's words before his death were like thunder in his ears. Ruoyun, I shouldn't have cared about their lives. What does their life have to do with me? Why should I help them? If I didn't help them, you wouldn't have died. Bai Yi took a sip of wine and said bitterly. I shouldn't have. I should have been colder. I shouldn't have cared about their lives. What does their life have to do with me? I only want my lover and family to be safe. That's enough. I hate it, I hate it. Bai Yi cried bitterly. I don't need friendship, I don't need friends. I only want what I want. All the service I need, all the hard work I need. That's the only way I won't regret it. Ruoyun, I hate it. Bai Yi cried. His father's death cast a shadow over little Bai Yi's heart. It was a shadow that couldn't be removed. Little Bai Yi trembled all over. Little Bai Yi was extremely sad. At the same time, he was afraid that he would end up like his father. Fresh blood flowed on the ground, getting closer and closer to little Bai Yi. Little Bai Yi retreated in fear. His entire body trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. Ha 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 ha, little Bai Yi, so you're here. I finally found you again, an abrupt voice sounded. It was the black-robed man who had brought little Bai Yi to find his father. Wisps of black energy spread out. The black-robed man looked extremely evil. It's you again. Little Bai Yi looked at the black-robed man in fear. The black-robed man reached out a pitch-black hand and said proudly, Tell me, where did you hide them? Let me take them away. No, no. Little Bai Yi crawled to his feet in fear and rushed out of the morning hall. Run! You have nowhere to run. What use do you have for them? Aren't you doing well now? Give them to me. Let me take them away. The black-robed man chased after little Bai Yi. No, no. Little Bai Yi ran in the darkness in panic. Little Bai Yi and the black-robed man left. Not long after, Gui Guzi stepped into the morning hall again. However, the morning hall was empty except for a coffin and a corpse. Little Bai Yi was nowhere to be found. Chapter 1333. In the morning hall, Gui Guzi looked at the empty morning hall. There was only Bai Yi's body and a coffin. Little Bai Yi was nowhere to be seen. Bai Yi. Gui Guzi looked at Bai Yi's body with a gloomy expression. Looking at the coffin beside him, Gui Guzi fell silent for a long time. He closed his eyes as if he was struggling with his heart. Gui Guzi's face showed a pained expression. After suffering for a while, Gui Guzi's face became peaceful again. He gently opened the coffin lid. Inside the coffin lay Ruoyun's body. Gui Guzi picked up Bai Yi's body and gently placed it into the coffin with Ruoyun's body. The two of them joined the coffin. Although this was just a dream, joining the coffin for the two of them was like a huge ritual. It was a ritual in Gui Guzi's heart. He had completely let go of this resentment. The moment the coffin was joined, endless gentle white light shone. The entire morning hall gradually dissipated. Gui Guzi closed the coffin lid for the two of them. Phew. He let out a long breath and watched the coffin slowly disappear. It was as if the knot in Gui Guzi's heart was slowly unraveling. Gui Guzi showed a trace of relief. At this moment, Gui Guzi's body emitted waves of black chi. It was as if the resentment was dissipating. How can this be? My body. Gui Guzi exclaimed. You are the manifestation of all my resentment. When the resentment dissipates, your power will also weaken. It will become weaker and weaker until it disappears. A sudden voice sounded. It came from Gui Guzi's body. It's you. It's you. You're awake. Gui Guzi exclaimed. It should be said that it was the dark Gui Guzi who exclaimed. As he spoke, another image appeared behind Gui Guzi. In a pavilion in the forest. Bai Huang sat in front of a stone table. Gui Guzi knelt in front of Bai Huang. Gui Guzi, how long have you been my disciple? Bai Huang asked in a deep voice. During the last calamity, my family suffered a disaster. The heavenly fire burned the tribe. It was you who turned the tide and saved my family. My parents and siblings survived because of you. I admire you, so I begged you to take me in. It has been 30,000 years. Gui Guzi said solemnly. Bai Huang looked at Gui Guzi. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. Bai Yi has grown up, Bai Huang said. He wants to be independent and establish a dynasty. He told me that he needs your help. What? Gui Guzi asked in shock. Teacher, I, Bai Yi, have extraordinary talent and wisdom. I've already taught him everything I know. Moreover, the Bai clan has all kinds of talents. They don't need me, right? Gui Guzi said awkwardly. I agree. Bai Huang said in a deep voice. Gi Guzi frowned. After a moment of silence, he finally said, yes, everything this disciple knows is taught by master. This disciple agrees. I want you to swear that you will assist Bai Yi for the sake of the common people. You will not betray him or hold any grudges against him, Bai Huang said solemnly. A look of difficulty flashed across Gui Guzi's eyes. In the end, he bit his lips and said, yes. Gui Guzi endured his resentment and entered Great Qin. They endured their hatred towards Great Qin and worked hard to support Bai Yi's incarnation, continuously nurturing and finding talents for Great Qin. Everything about Ying was the most glorious side, while everything about Gui Guzi was the dark side. The more he held it in, the more uncomfortable Gui Guzi felt. Until one day, Gui Guzi came to a valley alone. Roar. Ah. Gui Guzi's pained roars came from the valley. Why? Why? Why should I help that little bastard? I hate him. This is Master's decision. Without Master, there would be no me. Master has treated me so well. I can't go against Master, but I hate him so much. Bai Yi bullied me back then. Now that Bai Yi is dead, his son still wants to bully me. Why? This is Master's decision, Gui Guzi said in two voices. It was as if his thoughts were split. If this goes on, my personality will split. I'll go berserk. Gui Guzi cried out in pain. Heart-severing technique. Sever all my dark thoughts, hatred, and resentment. Now that I've entered Great Qin, I'll do my best. Sever. Boom. A huge explosion sounded out in the valley. The black aura coming out of Gui Guzi's body was suddenly severed by a white light. The black aura gathered and gradually formed another Gui Guzi, a dark Gui Guzi. One Gui Guzi had a gentle expression, while the other Gui Guzi had a savage expression. Keikakik, this is much better. I don't have to carry your burden anymore. Ha 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 ha. Dark Gui Guzi laughed savagely. However, Gui Guzi waved his hand. Boom. Countless dragon veins rushed over from all directions. Leaving you alive will only be a disaster, Gui Guzi said in a low voice. You dare to kill me? I am you. If I die, you die too. Dark Gui Guzi said disdainfully. I won't kill you. I'll seal you. Gui Guzi said in a low voice. What? Your strength is inferior to mine now. I don't want to wait until you're strong enough to defeat me. So, I'll seal you now. Gui Guzi said in a low voice. No, I'm you, and you're me. I'm the true reflection of your heart. You can't avoid it. If you avoid it today, you'll continue to complain and resent me in the future. You can't avoid it. Sooner or later, you'll resent me again. It's a resentment that can never be severed. Ask your heart. Dark Ghost Guzi said coldly. Seal. Boom. Dark Gui Guzi's face twisted as he recalled the past. Gui Guzi's voice came from inside his body again. Why can I wake up? Because you're getting weaker. You're getting weaker and weaker. Die. You and I are one. I'm enough. Teacher's kindness is as great as the heavens. No, I am indebted to teacher, but why must he control my fate? Why must I be the subject of my enemy and be humiliated by him? Dark Gui Guzi said angrily. Bai Yi is not an enemy. He's an enemy. The two Gui Guzis' voices argued. After a while, the two Gui Guzis' voices fell silent. I'm going to find what Bai Yi is hiding in the depths of his heart, Gui Guzi said in a low voice. As he spoke, he charged into the darkness in search of little Bai Yi. Little Bai Yi fled in the darkness. The black-robed man chased after him. Little Bai Yi was terrified. He ran in all directions. Finally, not long after, little Bai Yi shook off the black-robed man. He hid in a small corner and panted. Find what's mine. What's mine? Little Bai Yi panted as he tried to recall. Little Bai Yi seemed to have an impression of something, but he couldn't remember where it was. He walked and walked for who knows how long. As he recalled, Little Bai Yi's body seemed to slowly grow bigger and bigger, until he gradually became an adult. After walking for who knows how long, Little Bai Yi suddenly stopped and looked in surprise at a painting in the distance. It was the painting of his family that Little Bai Yi had been staring at in his dream. Was he back to where he started? And there was another figure in the same spot. Gooey Goozy. They seemed to have walked there at the same time. Yes, it seems to be here. I remember now, it's here. I hid the thing I sealed away here. Little Bai Yi quickly walked forward. Gooey Goozy also stared at the painting. After experiencing a mental journey, Gooey Goozy was no longer as irritable as before when he looked at the painting again. There was no more resentment for Bai Yi in the painting. Little Bai Yi was standing in front of this painting when I was dreaming and staring at it. This painting must be very important to him. Is he missing his parents? But this is a dream. If he missed his parents, he could have just thought of their image. Why would he dream of another painting? Unless this isn't just a painting, Gooey Goozy said grimly. Gooey Goozy reached out to pluck the painting. It's here, it's here. Bai Yi also looked at the painting. Bai Yi didn't seem to be afraid of Gooey Goozy. Gooey Goozy reached out to pluck the painting, and Bai Yi did the same. Whoosh! The painting suddenly expanded to a size of 100 zhong. Gooey Goozy paused, but Bai Yi tore it apart. The painting had 2 layers. The outer layer depicted Bai Yi's family, while the inner layer was densely packed with words. Rip! The outer layer was torn away, revealing the countless words inside. Bai Yi and Gooey Goozy stared at the painting together. Some kind of image seemed to be projected on it. A scene appeared in front of Bai Yi. It was something sealed in the depths of Bai Yi's heart. In a pavilion on a mountaintop. Bai Huang stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Bai Yi stood behind him. Little Bai Yi, if Gooey Goozy betrays you in the future, kill him. I taught him everything, and I've taught him to you. With this, you can easily kill him. Bai Huang closed his eyes and sighed softly. What? Why? Martial uncle taught me so much. Why would I hurt him? Bai Yi shook his head. Gooey Goozy is my disciple. I taught him for so long. I naturally don't want him to die, but this is fate. Bai Huang sighed softly. What fate? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Bai Yi shook his head. Gooey Goozy's fate is the same as yours. I never expected that both of you would have the same fate. Fate really knows how to play tricks on people. It has already arranged for both of you to be mortal enemies sooner or later. Only one of you can survive with the same fate. Perhaps now is not the time for it to erupt, but once it does, one of you will die. Bai Huang said with a long sigh. Impossible, impossible. Bai Yi cried out in shock. This is the so-called scapegoat. Either you die for him, or he dies for you. There's no other choice. Fate can't be resisted. This is fate, this is fate. Bai Huang said bitterly. No. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Gooey Goozy's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Bai Yi's sealed memories. How can this be? Master. Gooey Goozy's eyes suddenly turned red. He and Bai Yi were fated to be enemies. Bai Huang asked Bai Yi to kill him, but Bai Yi didn't. Bai Yi indulged him again and again. Bai Yi had something to restrain him, but he never used it. Never. He hated Bai Yi. How preposterous, how preposterous. How can this be? Gooey Goozy roared. On the other side, Bai Yi's sealed memories appeared once more. Ying stood alone at the peak of a mountain, his hands trembling. Today, 16th uncle rebelled and was suppressed by me. 16th uncle's family was exterminated. How could I do such a thing? How could I kill 16th uncle and follow Great Qin's laws to exterminate his entire family? No, no, 16th uncle treated me so well since I was young. Why? Bai Yi said as he trembled. I've forgotten my feelings. That evil power is constantly erasing my feelings, my family, and everything about me. No, I don't want it to be like this. I'll forget everything. I'll forget everything. 17th uncle, my cousins. And martial uncle. Ying's body trembled as if he was recalling countless memories. In his memories. Little Bai Yi, you're so annoying. Take this. Fairy child's horsetail whisk. I knew you were naughty. Gooey Goozy handed over a toy horsetail whisk to Bai Yi. Oh, thank you, Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle is the best. Bai Yi cheered as he hugged the horsetail whisk. Little Bai Yi, you're causing trouble again. You even burned down the Bai Tang family's house. Your grandfather is angry right now. All right, don't pretend to cry. Just say that I burned down the Bai Tang family's house. Gooey Goozy said bitterly. Oh, Martial Uncle, you're the best. Thank you, Martial Uncle. Bai Yi cried out happily. The beautiful scenes in his memories. Ying clenched his fists tightly. I can't forget all of this. I'm going to write it down. I'm going to hide it in a place where no one knows. I can't let that evil power find it. It can never find it, Martial Uncle. Ying clenched his fists and said with a trembling voice. Looking at the image. Looking at the happy little Bai Yi, the truth was revealed. Heavenly Emperor, this old servant was wrong. This old servant has let the Heavenly Emperor down. This old servant was all wrong, all wrong. Gooey Goozy suddenly knelt down in front of the image in grief. This old servant was all wrong. This old servant has let the Heavenly Emperor down. This old servant cannot absolve himself from the blame even if he dies 10,000 times. This old servant has sinned. This old servant has sinned. Gooey Goozy lay on the ground and cried loudly. The black chi around him was constantly dissipating. All of the resentment was quickly dispersing. Everything in the image was telling Gooey Goozy that he was too narrow-minded and too sinister. The Heavenly Emperor had been so kind to him, but he had repaid kindness with enmity time and time again. This old servant was wrong, Gooey Goozy howled. On the other side, Bai Yi was deeply shocked as he looked at the countless words. So I've always hidden this purity in my heart. Bai Yi stroked these words with his hand, cherishing them very much. At this moment, a sudden voice sounded. I've finally found it. It's been hiding here all along. It's been hiding in your heart all along. A sinister voice came from behind Bai Yi. He turned his head abruptly and saw the black-robed man who had been chasing after him. The black-robed man stretched out his black palm and gently twisted his fingers, full of the joy of victory. I've finally found it. Let me take it away. Take away your last bit of purity. I've finally found it. The black-robed man said excitedly, his body overflowing with black chi. Chapter 1334. I've finally found it. Let me take it away. Take away your last bit of purity. I've finally found it. The black-robed man said excitedly. The black-robed man walked towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi's face suddenly showed panic. This is my last bit of purity. This is my last thing, Bai Yi shouted in horror. Very quickly, Bai Yi rolled up the picture scroll filled with densely packed words. However, the scroll was too big. The black-robed man was in front of it in the blink of an eye. You've already exposed it in front of me and you still want to take it away. Bai Yi, do you still remember the promise? Do you still remember me? The black-robed man said eerily. As he spoke, he grabbed the huge picture scroll with one hand. Rip. With a sudden rip, 1/10 of the scroll was torn off. The torn part seemed to have been taken away by the black-robed man. The words on it all disappeared. I forgot something again. No, I don't want to forget, don't forget. Bai Yi shouted. Ha 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 ha, forget, these useless emotions are useless to you. You know it, useless. The black-robed man laughed. No, this is my most important thing, the most important thing. Bai Yi shouted and quickly rolled up the scroll. Rip. Another part of the scroll was torn away by the black-robed man. The words on it quickly disappeared. It's useless. Do you still remember? Since you made that choice, these are useless. Useless emotions. What's the use of these people's emotions? What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? Why do you want to help them? Keeping them will only make you suffer. Keeping them will only make you lose the most important thing to you, the black-robed man shouted. Rip. While Bai Yi was collecting, he quickly destroyed a large part of the memories. Bai Yi, you should be colder. Don't care about their life and death. Don't care about these emotions. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? You only need your lover, your family, that's enough. The black-robed man shouted. No. Bai Yi cried and rushed to collect these precious memories. Rip. Another large part of the memories were torn. Bai Yi, you don't need friendship, you don't need friends. You only need what you want. All the services you need, all the hard work you need. Only then will you not regret it. The black-robed man shouted. Rip. Nearly half of the painting had been completely torn apart by the black-robed man. Bai Yi hugged the remaining half and turned to run. However, just as he took 2 steps, he turned his head and saw another painting. It was the portrait of the family of 3 that he had previously concealed. Bai Yi, Ruoyun, and baby Bai Yi. Bai Yi bit her lip. With one hand holding the emotional memories and the portrait of the family of 3 in the other, she quickly ran into the darkness. Run! You can't escape, ha 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 ha. The black-robed man laughed loudly. The black-robed man's body flickered, and he flew into the darkness to chase after Bai Yi. Gooey Goozy chased after him but failed to catch up. In the darkness, Bai Yi was running fast. The black-robed man flew behind him. I see you, Bai Yi, little Bai Yi, give me those memories, let me destroy them completely, let me drag you to hell. The black-robed man shouted savagely. No, no. I will never give you these memories. I will never. Bai Yi screamed in horror as he ran. You can't escape. You can't escape. Haven't I erased all these years? Haven't I destroyed them all? Just a little bit, just a little bit, give it to me, give it to me. The black-robed man quickly chased. Bai Yi fled in panic. However, the black-robed man seemed to be getting closer and closer. He didn't know how long he had been running. Ha ha. The black-robed man laughed loudly. He suddenly appeared in front of Bai Yi and grabbed the memory scroll in Bai Yi's hand. You can't escape. You can't escape. The black-robed man shouted proudly. No, I can't give it to you. This is my most precious thing. You demon, Bai Yi cried. Crying is useless. I am indeed a demon for your entire life. However, you are unwilling to give up. Originally, you could have chosen these beautiful memories to weaken my power. However, you didn't. You sat and watched me grow stronger day by day. You still can't bear to give up on me. Then, let me completely destroy your beautiful memories, completely destroy them. The black-robed man shouted. No, I can't do it. Bai Yi cried. If you can't do it, then give up these memories. Give up these emotions. Give them to me. Let me destroy them and drag you down to hell with me, the black-robed man shouted. The place where the 2 of them were standing suddenly became a bottomless abyss. Countless evil spirits roared below. The 2 of them were standing on a floating rock. The slightest carelessness would cause them to fall into the abyss. No, no, I can't forget you, Bai Yi cried. Give it to me. If you can't forget me, then give me your memories. Give me these emotions. Let me erase these memories. Let me destroy your life and fall into hell with me, the black-robed man yelled as he pulled the scroll. Bai Yi's cries grew louder. Father, don't. Bai Yi cried. A gust of wind blew, lifting the black-robed man's hood. It was Bai Yi. The evil force in Bai Yi's heart. This black-robed man was Bai Yi. Bai Yi had left a shadow in Bai Yi's heart before his death. Those are useless emotions. Those are useless friendships. Those are useless friends. What's the point of having them? Give them to me. Let me drag you down to hell with me. Let me drag you down to hell with me. Bai Yi's face was ferocious as he dragged the memory scroll. Father, stop. Bai Yi roared as he wept. The father and son dragged the memory scroll. Bai Yi's tears flowed uncontrollably. A strong reluctance caused Bai Yi's body to tremble. In his other hand, he unfolded the picture of a family of 3. Bai Yi hugged the happy Ruoyun and carried the baby Bai Yi on his shoulder. It was a picture of a happy family. Bai Yi's tears didn't stop. He couldn't hide his reluctance. His body trembled, filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. He looked at the picture with reluctance. He looked at his father with reluctance. Bai Yi's sorrow was indescribable. "I'm sorry. I can only leave you," Bai Yi cried. As he spoke, he gently let go of the picture in his other hand. The picture of the family of 3 slowly fell into the abyss below. They fell into hell where 10,000 evil spirits roared. "Father, mother," Bai Yi cried as he watched the picture leave. Boom. 10,000 evil spirits roared and tore the picture to pieces. The black-robed Bai Yi's hand also let go of Bai Yi's memory. He watched as Bai Yi fell into hell below. As he fell, he stared at Bai Yi on the floating rock. Bai Yi hugged the last of his emotional memories and watched as Bai Yi fell into the abyss and into the sea of evil spirits. At this moment, Bai Yi made a decision. He gave up on that evil power, gave up on the shadow in his heart, and gave up on the seed of darkness that his father had left in his heart before he died. However, choosing to give up on this shadow was extremely painful. "Father, mother, father, mother." Bai Yi lay on the floating rock and wailed. Boom. Bai Yi fell into the abyss and was instantly torn to pieces by the evil spirits. The darkness in Bai Yi's heart had finally been removed. However, this removal was accompanied by endless pain. Due to the disappearance of the darkness in his heart, the entire dreamland world was illuminated by a brilliant white light. Everything seemed endlessly beautiful, like a heavenly dream. The abyss also disappeared. The place where Bai Yi had been turned into a grassland full of flowers. Only Bai Yi still hugged that memory and cried in grief. In the distance, Gui Guzi slowly walked over. When the two met again, the dream realm was suddenly filled with endless light. It was so bright that nothing could be seen. The dream realm disappeared, and the two woke up. Heavenly Sea. Countless people stared at Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi, who were tempering their hearts. Zhao Afeng, Mo Yushi, Zizi, and Miao all watched anxiously. 3 days ago, Gui Guzi had cried for the first time. 3 days later, tears fell from his eyes again. 2 days later, Yang Chuan's eyes were filled with tears. His face twitched, and his tears flowed uncontrollably. No one knew what they had experienced. Everyone watched this scene in shock. The two's willpower was unwavering. Crying. What had they encountered in the dream realm? Miao, why is Yang Chuan crying like this? Miao's nose also began to ache. Boom. In the distance, millions of nightmare demons exploded and were instantly annihilated. They're about to wake up. Zhao Afeng immediately said anxiously. Not only Zhao Afeng, but all of Great Shan's officials also looked worried. All the previous examples of tempering their hearts had greatly changed after they woke up from the dream realm. Would the Sage King and Gui Guzi's temperament change? Would it? All the officials clenched their fists. Outside the Heavenly Sea, Wu Jiong, Yuan Tiangang, and other peerless experts waited with rapt attention. In the roaming Jade Palace, Sect Master Tongtian also stood up. On the Heavenly Sea's waterbed, Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi slowly opened their eyes at almost the same time. Husband. Sage King. Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi slowly sat up amidst the Jiaohu. Both of them had tears streaming down their faces, but neither of them wiped them away. Yang Chuan looked up at the clear sky. For a moment, he took a deep breath, as if he missed this world very much. On the other side, Gui Guzi also looked up at the sky. His originally gloomy face was gone, replaced by incomparable sunshine. The crowd surrounded them, not daring to come forward. Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi were left alone to enjoy a moment of peace. Exhaling deeply, Yang Chuan turned to look at Gui Guzi. When he looked at Gui Guzi again, Yang Chuan's gaze was much gentler. Gui Guzi also looked at Yang Chuan. His previous provocation was gone, and his gaze was extremely gentle, but also filled with guilt. This old official, Gui Guzi, has committed countless wrongs in the past. Please forgive me, Sage King, and allow me to enter Great Shan again to assist you. Gui Guzi looked very solemnly at Yang Chuan and slowly knelt down. Martial uncle, you can't. Yang Chuan went up to support him. But Gui Guzi refused to be supported. A ruler is a ruler, and a subject is a subject. We cannot cross the line. Sage King, you can no longer call me martial uncle. Please allow me to enter Great Shan again. Gui Guzi insisted on kneeling. Yang Chuan supported Gui Guzi, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Neither of them was backing down. This scene confused the countless cultivators in the surroundings. Tongtian narrowed his eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Gui Guzi? Why did his temperament change like this? At this moment, the happiest people were the Great Shan officials. Many of them were Gui Guzi's disciples. In the past, when Gui Guzi broke off relations with Great Shan, countless people were heartbroken. Now that Gui Guzi was about to enter Great Shan again, they were all excited and clenched their fists. Sage King, etiquette cannot be broken, Gui Guzi said again. Yang Chuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and pondered for a while. Finally, he nodded and said, in that case, I will still call you Mr. from now on. Yes, thank you, Sage King, Gui Guzi said emotionally with tears streaming down his face. Chapter 1335. Welcome back, Mr. Many of Great Shan's officials bowed excitedly. Giguzi's defection had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. After all, Giguzi's status in Great Shan was unparalleled. Now that he had returned, the shadow in everyone's hearts was wiped away. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. In the distance, countless peerless experts frowned at this scene. 10,000 nightmares tempering is indeed a forbidden art. How can a person's personality change so much? Yeah. A few days ago, he met Yang Chuan as his enemy, but now his harmonious. 10,000 nightmares tempering? Everyone's fear of the 10,000 nightmares tempering deepened. In Jade Touring Palace, Tongtian's eyes flashed with deep doubt. Giguzi had changed too much. No, even Yang Chuan had changed too much. It was just that Yang Chuan was better at hiding it. Yang Chuan helped Giguzi to his feet. Rumble. Next to Yang Chuan and Giguzi, the waters of the Heavenspan Sea churned and churned as three enormous vortexes appeared. The whirlpools spun rapidly around Yang Chuan and Giguzi, spinning faster and faster. Who's there? Tongtian's eyes narrowed. Countless experts in the surroundings were also astonished. What's going on? Isn't the 10,000 nightmares tempering over? Why is there such a huge commotion? Hiss. Wang Jian, Bai Qi, and the others unsheathed their swords and looked at the three huge whirlpools with grave expressions. This was because there was a huge aura coming from the three whirlpools. Meow. Meow's figure flashed and instantly appeared on Yang Chuan's shoulder, staring at the three whirlpools. This is the power of reincarnation. 3 reincarnations? Mo Yushi's eyes narrowed. Reincarnation? 3 paths of reincarnation? Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. Giguzi also swung his sleeves and looked gravely at the 3 reincarnation whirlpools surrounding him. Whoosh! At one of the whirlpools, the water current surged, and gradually, the figure of a man appeared. It was a middle-aged man whose face was somewhat familiar to Yang Chuan. Ha 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 ha, Yang Chuan, Feng Yin-yang? No, I should call you Gui Guzi. Long time no see. The middle-aged man suddenly laughed. Long time no see? Bai Qi and the others were slightly taken aback. Meow, Yang Chuan, you know him? Who is he? Meow asked curiously. Meow wasn't the only one who was confused. Almost everyone present was at a loss. No one knew this middle-aged man. Even Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi only felt that he looked familiar. What? You don't recognize me? Think about it again. That's right, I looked older back then. The middle-aged man laughed. All of a sudden, Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed as an idea flashed through his mind. Giguzi also suddenly remembered this. You are Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp was originally from the sealed world. The Ghost Valley bloodline was divided into the South Sect and the Northern Sect. Feng Yinyang was in the South Sect, and the Northern Sect leader was Grave Willow the Wisp. In the end, the South Sect and the Northern Sect had a decisive battle at the entrance of reincarnation. Grave Willow the Wisp fought against Feng Yinyang at that time. Grave Willow the Wisp was sneak attacked by Grave Willow the Wisp, so he passed the inheritance of the Northern Sect to Feng Yinyang. Together with the Ghost Valley bloodline, Grave Willow the Wisp and Grave Willow the Wisp jumped into reincarnation. At that time, Grave Willow the Wisp had said that the Grave clan grew in reincarnation. They could gain strength in reincarnation. A strange clan. Why are you here? Gooey Goozy asked in surprise. Around them, countless cultivators looked at this person blankly. Grave Willow the Wisp. What an awkward name. Grave Willow the Wisp smiled. Why can't I be here? The Northern Outer Continent. My Mu clan originally lived in the Northern Outer Continent, but we left later on. 10,000 blades tempering heart? You too have guts, you dare to play with this. You have to know, everyone who used 10,000 flesh tempering heart failed. Their temperament has not changed. Yang Chuan shook his head. No, a great change in temperament might not mean failure, it might have succeeded. Oh! Grave Willow the Wisp's eyes lit up. Grave Willow the Wisp, why are you here to find us? Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. Grave Willow the Wisp's face became serious, nodding. In reincarnation, I know of your past, your fate, that is what surprised me the most. Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy frowned. Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy's fate was the same. They did not expect Grave Willow the Wisp to know. This time, I am here to settle a grudge with Grave Willow the Wisp. He found a helper. I also want to find someone to help. I wonder if you two can help. Grave Willow the Wisp smiled. Oh! Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy were puzzled. Don't worry, my Grave Willow the Wisp has never been stingy. After this matter is settled, there will be benefits beyond your imagination. I promise. Grave Willow the Wisp said solemnly. Why us? Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. Because of your fate. Please hurry, my battle with him is about to begin, Grave Willow the Wisp immediately said. Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy looked at each other, then nodded. Okay. Thank you. Grave Willow the Wisp smiled. Meow, I want to go too. Meow immediately shouted. You can't go, that place only has the two of them. Grave Willow the Wisp turned his head and smiled. Meow. Meow immediately said in a bad mood. Bai Chi. Yang Chuan called. Your subject is here. Bai Chi replied. Yang Chuan threw out a heaven-burying copper coffin. Send everyone back. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Bai Chi received the heaven-burying copper coffin and replied. Grave Willow the Wisp turned to Gooey Goozy and said, Gooey Goozy, I learned from you and know that you can open the reincarnation passage. Please open the reincarnation passage to the Great Thousand Realms. The Great Thousand Realms? Gooey Goozy asked in confusion. My 3 reincarnation passages are the First World, the Great Evil World, and the Great Kindness World. I still lack the reincarnation passage to the Great Thousand Realms. Only then can I open my battlefield. Grave Willow the Wisp said. Reincarnation of the 4 realms? Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. That's impossible, right? How can the reincarnation passages of the other 3 realms be opened here? That's right, didn't the reincarnation passages split up? Countless peerless experts in the surroundings were doubtful. Although not many people understood, there were still people who knew that the 72 paths of reincarnation, the Great Evil World, the Great Kindness World, and the Great Thousand Realms each had 6 paths. Therefore, it was impossible to open the 18 paths in the First World. However, Gooey Goozy nodded. Feng Shui, reincarnation. Gooey Goozy stomped his foot. Whoosh! Another whirlpool was born. Gooey Goozy's lineage is indeed powerful. I spent a lot of effort to open the reincarnation passages of the Great Evil and Great Kindness. Grave Willow the Wisp praised. Shall we begin? Gooey Goozy said in a deep voice. Millimeter. Grave Willow the Wisp nodded. Grave Willow the Wisp waved his hand. The 4 huge whirlpools suddenly approached each other. Boom! The 4 huge whirlpools collided with a loud bang. The collision caused the entire sky above the sea to distort. Follow me. Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp pulled Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy into a crack in the center. Boom! A loud bang resounded in the heavenly sea. The water exploded everywhere, and the original whirlpools suddenly disappeared. Meow! It's gone! Meow exclaimed. The sea quickly calmed down. Yang Chuan, Gooey Goozy, and Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp suddenly disappeared. Return to the netherworld, Zhao Arfang immediately said. Yes. Bai Qi flipped his hand and took out the sky-burying coffin. Boom! Everyone quickly stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bai Qi also flew to the island. Sect leader Tongtian, farewell, Bai Qi said in a deep voice. Millimeter, Tongtian nodded. Bai Qi stepped forward and left. In the netherworld when Yang Chuan was in the dreamland, zombie Yang Chuan had also fallen asleep. After all, Yang Chuan only had one consciousness. Now that he woke up and stepped out of the central palace, a large number of officials surrounded him. Meow, Yang Chuan, what happened to you earlier? Also, where did you and Gooey Goozy go? Can I go? Everyone looked at zombie Yang Chuan curiously. In a pitch-black environment, 4 huge blue pillars formed a matrix that connected the sky and the earth. The blue pillars spun rapidly, and the power of reincarnation surged out. Countless ghosts danced inside and entered the cycle of reincarnation. At the same time, each of the 4 pillars released a surge of power that rushed toward a sphere in the center. It was as if there was a huge blue transparent egg floating in the center of the 4 pillars. Yang Chuan, Gooey Goozy, and Grave Ghostflame stood in the middle of the huge egg. Where is this? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Don't ask where it is. Help me defeat Grave Ghostflame later, and I will obtain the lifeless soul that Senior left behind. Grave Ghostflame took a deep breath and said, Lifeless soul? What's that? Also, which Senior? Yang Chuan asked curiously. The Senior who transformed into 72 reincarnations. Grave Ghostflame said with a smile. What? Him? Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy exclaimed in surprise. How powerful was that person who transformed into 72 reincarnations? At the very least, Yang Chuan could not do that when he was at his strongest in his first life. Do you know about fate? Grave Ghostflame asked in a deep voice. Fate? Everyone's identity is sealed? Gooey Goozy asked. Ha ha ha, it seems like you still don't know. Fate is actually a mark left in your body by fate. It seals your true spirit, memories, and strength. Everything is condensed into this mark. This is the fate, the Ghostflame Graveyard said in a deep voice. Oh. This is the mark left in the bodies of all living beings by fate. Because of this mark, fate can control all living beings. All living beings in the 4 worlds are under its control. Only transcendence can sever the connection between their fate and their fate. The other living beings can never escape the control of fate. Everything is fate, Grave Ghostflame explained. Then lifeless soul is a mark left by lifeless soul? Isn't that the same as transcending? Gooey Goozy asked curiously. No, a lifeless soul doesn't have a fate, but it can be refined into a clone and live under your fate. It isn't bound by fate, but you are bound by fate. Once you die, it will die as well, said the ghostly flame graveyard. Lifeless soul? It can only be refined into a clone? That's all? Yang Chuan asked in a deep voice. Of course, it's different. Without fate, its comprehension ability will be 100 times greater than your main body's, Grave Ghostflame explained. 100 times greater comprehension ability. Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy narrowed their eyes. Are the 2 of you interested now? Grave Ghostflame smiled. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.